Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this therapeutic, human-made bedtime story to fall asleep to. As we begin, the screen will fade to black and I'll start with a short relaxation process to help calm your mind and body. But if you're ready to jump straight into the story, feel free to use the chapters to skip the relaxation. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider letting others know about this channel and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you as I count from 10 down to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead, and with each out breath that relaxation can deepen peacefully, so comfortably. As it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw. relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles. Like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it will be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms, seven, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. Six, and that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles. Gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body. Releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. Four, with that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs, three, passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. Two, the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And one, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into tonight's story, you find yourself walking along a seafront, carrying a bunch of flowers. And the water is rolling so gently into the shore. Rolling up onto the stones and the sand, and gradually, carefully pulling some of that back out to sea. Before the next wave rolls into the shore. And the sun is passing across the sky, marching its way carefully, slowly towards the horizon, towards drifting peacefully asleep. Tucking itself comfortably under the blanket of the earth. And there's only a few clouds in the sky. And as you gaze up and watch those clouds, perhaps you notice the way that those clouds drift so peacefully by while taking on shapes, forming patterns in your mind. And the gentle scent of the salty air, the slight breeze on your skin, and each footstep being felt on the ground beneath the feet. And you can see the soft lights of a cabin that you're staying in, a little way along the coastline. You continue walking towards that cabin while the sun continues to set and shadows stretch across the landscape. The golden light of the sun dances across the tips of the waves as they roll gently towards the shore. The sea becoming a darker blue as the sun lowers down in the horizon. The first dots of light visible in the night sky gradually joined by more stars. As the sun touches the horizon and wrapped around the horizon in the direction of the sun is the most beautiful orange glow. And opposite the sun, along the horizon, is the calmest inky blue. And you hear the birds as they sing to each other while settling down for the night, finding their nests, finding where they'll rest for the night. And you arrive at the cabin, open the latch of the cabin, a slight click and a slight squeak of the door as you push the door open and walk into the cabin, greeted by the woody scent of the inside of this cabin and the cozy lights in the cabin. Closing the door behind you and carrying the plants over the kitchen work surface, resting them down on the kitchen work surface while you find a vase to place those flowers in. Rinsing out that vase at the sink, swilling some water around within the vase, pouring that out, and then filling the vase with the amount of water you feel is right for these plants. And placing that vase on the kitchen work surface. And then removing the outer packaging of the flowers. Taking the plant food, chopping the top corner off the packet of plant food and pouring that liquid food into the vase. Picking the vase up by its neck and gently swilling that around to mix the plant food into the water. Removing the elastic bands wrapped around the stems of those flowers. And then carefully chopping a couple of centimeters off of the bottom of each flower at an angle, making sure to keep each one level with each other. And then taking off some of the leaves that are low down on the stems. And placing those flowers into the vase. Really smelling not just the scent of those flowers, but also that pleasant scent coming from the chopped stems. And moving those flowers around a little just to present them how you want them to look. And then placing that vase of flowers onto a sideboard in front of a window. And it's a window which doesn't get direct sunlight. You then stand back and take a look. Move forward, just move those flowers around just a little bit more to make sure they're exactly as you want them. And when you're pleased with that, you head back to the mess on the kitchen work surface. You dispose of all that, and you clean up after yourself. And the scent of the flowers gradually wafts and fills the room. You make yourself something to eat and drink. You go and sit in the living space on the most comfortable chair, relaxing down and enjoying that food and drink. Before resting there and reading for a while. And you're reading a book about how to do remote viewing And so after reading for a while, you close the book and you close your eyes. You begin to breathe deeply and comfortably. You begin the process outlined in the book for remote viewing. And you don't have a specific target. So you just allow your unconscious now to settle on something, and you feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper relaxed with each out breath as you drift inside your mind, waiting for thoughts to come to mind that seem automatic rather than just your thinking that typically takes place in your mind. Waiting for the kind of thoughts which seem to spontaneously spring up as if from nowhere. Like when you see somebody and you don't know their name, and then you stop trying to think what their name is, and then randomly that person's name just pops up in your mind as if from nowhere. And it's a very different quality of thought than when you're thinking, I must do this, I must do that. Today this annoyed me, today that annoyed me, today I liked this, today I liked that, tomorrow I'm going to have to do this and this and this. I wonder what that person thought of that. Instead, it's just suddenly Bob. And out of the blue, you recognise that that's the name. And so it's that kind of experience you're relaxing yourself into to do this remote viewing. And so you have this sense of engaging in a meditation where you spread out your consciousness, and you're spreading your consciousness out, seeking something unusual, something which stands out as being different to expectations. And all of a sudden, you see shimmering light in your mind's eye. You see slow movement. With this sense of a blueness. And you stick with it. You make a mental note of the experience you're having, of individual words, short phrases to describe what's coming through for you. You have a sense of looking around, and you notice that the words that come to mind are words like window and water. And the more you absorb yourself in the experience, the more it changes from brief flashes of ideas and concepts, feeling like you're within an underwater world, like a city under the sea, contained within a dome, and beyond that dome you see the shimmering underside of the ocean waves. You see sharks, dolphins, whales, schools of fish seemingly swimming overhead, slowly and calmly. And you have this sense of looking around you, and you're aware of yourself being here as a consciousness. And you find that there seems to be beings living down here that aren't human. And they don't even look humanoid. They look friendly enough. But they don't have the same look as a human. They don't have 2 legs, 2 arms, the kind of body a human has. They seem to have 4 pairs of legs, a tail beyond those legs, a couple of legs which don't look like they have any bones within them, but seem to just be like muscle. And seem to have the sucker on the end of each of those legs. And then they have what looks a little bit like 2 pairs of arms. And above that, what looks like 2 claws or pincers, almost like tusks, aligned like the arms and legs. And then quite a flat head with domed looking eyes that look segmented. And you watch as these creatures go about their daily life, into buildings, something that's quite familiar. is that although they look very unfamiliar, they seem to be farming, gathering up food, distributing food, finding ways to relax. And as you explore this space more, you notice that the domes that are clear are up against undersea cliffs, that tunnels seem to head into those cliffs. And so as a consciousness, you allow your attention to drift into those tunnels. And you see that within the tunnels they open out into vast caverns. And there's water flowing into these caverns. A giant lake. There are giant mushrooms, almost like trees, making it look like a forest here within this cave. With gently pulsing light passing into the mushrooms, emitting from some of those mushrooms threads of pulsing light wrapped around the inside of the cave. And there isn't an enormous amount of light, but there's enough light to see. About the amount of light of being out at night time under a full moon. And the community of these beings continues within the cave. And your consciousness continues to travel through the cave and finds that off of the cave are more tunnels. And as you follow one of those tunnels, so you realize it takes a while, but it comes out into another cave. And there's even more beings. And following different tunnels you find this is the case there as well. And occasionally a tunnel will come out into a cave where there's a tunnel to a dome under the sea. And you realize there's an enormous community of these beings in this location that have made this place their home. And you start to wonder where this location is. And as you focus your attention on where this location is, you find yourself surprised when the idea that comes to mind is that this location you've remote viewed isn't on the earth within the seas, but rather the idea that comes to mind is a planet around a star many light years away, and you wonder where. You have this sense of drifting on that planet up to the planet's surface, and on the planet's surface you can see a red star in the night sky. And it seems to be passing across the night sky so fast you can easily notice that it's moving, even though it's not yet near the horizon. And you realize this planet is very close to that star. And that it's spinning very fast. And you can see streaks coming off from the star. The surface of this world seems barren, just dark rock. With much of the world covered in deep ocean. But on the surface you can also notice what looks like signs of ruins of old structures. Like a civilization perhaps began here on the surface. And has then progressed to its current location, surviving under the sea and the ground. And you focus your awareness on trying to find any modern day structures on the surface, and you feel your consciousness guided around the planet until it comes to what looks almost like a giant door in the side of a huge mountain. And as consciousness you drift through that door into a long, cool tunnel. You follow that tunnel, notice it's weaving and moving around, getting deeper and deeper as you go, until what's around you resembles what you've already seen. Underground tunnels and caverns. An entire civilization down here. Some areas where domes are under the sea. And while exploring, you look to see what other wildlife is here. And all the wildlife is very alien that you're used to. But you notice there seems to be small creatures resembling insects on Earth. Creatures on the plants here. And the plants look very different. Their petals are black. Their stems aren't green. And there's minimal flashes of colour within them. And they all have a very unique scent. And you see different sized creatures. And as you head back to one of the domes, you look up and you see what looks like fish and dolphins and whales overhead. As you look closer, you begin to notice they too don't fully look like what you're familiar with on Earth. And yet, the fish here, although not looking exactly like fish you're familiar with, still move very similar to how you've seen fish move. And they're still streamlined. They have fins, the same as the whales and dolphins and sharks. They all seem to have a similar look to on Earth. And it's only really by looking closer you notice some of those differences. And while you explore this place, you wonder whether you can let your consciousness connect with the consciousness of any of the beings here to give you insights about this place. And you wouldn't be able to understand any language here. But concepts and ideas can transcend language. And you have this sense of connecting with one of the beings. And of exploring its consciousness about this place. And getting the idea that this planet once had an incredibly dense atmosphere. Billions and billions and billions of years of evolution are taking place on this planet. And that incredibly dense atmosphere was protecting this planet, along with its powerful magnetic field, from its unusually large iron core. From this star, which frequently sent out incredibly strong radiation, stripping the atmosphere, and the large molten iron core lasted successfully for so many billions of years, although it took a very long time. Life evolved from the seas onto the land, then into a civilization, but many billions of years passed, and finally the unusually dense iron core began to stop functioning so effectively at protecting the planet, and so the atmosphere started to be stripped faster. And there's still geologic processes taking place. It's just that the core is no longer able to do as well as it could at protecting the surface. And it's thought that the planet was much larger. Something struck the planet, ripping off a lot of the surface, meaning the iron core was substantially larger for the size of the planet than it would otherwise have been. And the remnants of that glancing blow wrapped around the planet and formed a large moon. And that large moon held tight into the planet for quite some time, and the tidal forces continued to extend the life of the core as it stretched and compressed with the movement of the large moon. And gradually the moon drifted further and further away from the planet, until eventually the moon was far enough away to be made unstable in its orbit by the proximity to the star and by other planets, until it broke free from the orbit of this planet. But by then, civilization had evolved enough, and there was motivation enough to want to save themselves and as much life on the planet as possible. that they moved their civilization underground, and so as to not be completely in the dark, they created these undersea domes, areas they could go to get some light, while having some of the protection of the water. And the atmosphere now is significantly thinner than it once was. And they're still working on how they can perhaps stimulate the core, or recreate an artificial magnetic field around the planet. Because they're aware that over the next billion years or two, the atmosphere will end up completely gone, and the water will begin to be stripped from the planet. And the life which is within the water will struggle with that. And then they'll struggle. And that's a long way off. It's billions of years in the future. But they're working on solving that issue. And you continue to explore this space. You see those who are working on ideas, how hopeful they are that they're on the right track with their ideas. And they've never been space-faring civilization. But one of their ideas seems to involve a network of satellites around the planet, which take charged particles that strike them and turn that into the magnetic force field around the planet, connected from one satellite to the next through the charged particles. And it involves a lot of satellites. And the plans include a redundancy, so that even if some satellites get damaged, it can still work fine, giving plenty of time to replace any broken satellites. And you head to a part of their cave system, seeing a large silo, a rocket being built within that silo, and seeing the hope on those here. And after your experience of remote viewing, you find your awareness drifting back to yourself sitting there with that book on your lap. It's now beginning to get late, So you close the book, place that down beside you. You then head to bed, where you wonder what else you'll see with your remote viewing, and whether there's any chance of using remote viewing for interacting with anyone or any place you see, or if you're just there as an observer. And while all that's in your mind, about how you can develop your remote viewing ability, you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 down to 1. And with each count your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears, 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully and slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of your neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of your neck, the front of your neck, down from your head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest. Whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get yourself more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs, three, passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of your body as it becomes incredibly still. Two, the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into tonight's sleep story, you have a sense of sitting in the most beautiful garden, and you're writing in a journal, and your mind is absorbed in the writing. And as you're writing, so there are sounds around you, the gentle rustling of leaves in the trees and the bushes, the soft singing of songbirds, there's the tickle-touch sensation of that breeze on your cheeks, offering that cool touch to your skin. There's the scent of the flowers in the garden that dances into your nostrils with each movement of that breeze. And occasionally you take some sips of a cool drink, feeling that cool drink on your lips, in your mouth, and the way it passes down your throat into your body. And while you rest in your garden writing, some movement catches your attention out the corner of your eye. Movement along the edge of one of your flower beds in the garden. And so you glance up and you see a rabbit slowly hopping along the side of the flower bed, its white tail flashing at you with every hop. And you stop mid-writing, your eyes transfixed on that rabbit. And the rabbit stops and looks left and right, as if checking nothing's following it, and then hops carefully through the flower bed, as if trying to make sure it doesn't damage any of the plants, and disappears under a bush. Then you hear a slight hum and fizz and a flash of blue light. And this really catches your attention. So you close up your journal. You place the pen down next to the journal. You walk over, keeping your eyes on where that rabbit went. You crouch down by the flower bed. You tilt your head sideways and you rest on your elbow, with your cheek almost touching the grass, so that you can see under the hedge. And you see what looks a little bit a stone circle. And you don't remember seeing this before. It's back through the other side of the hedge, like a stone circle built against your garden wall. And so you carefully lean across your plants, crouch down and try and get a closer look under your hedge. You take your phone out and you shine your torch under that hedge. And the centre of that stone circle looks darker than the space around it, as if somehow the space within the stone circle itself is absorbing some of that light that's falling on the brickwork of the wall, falling on the stone of that circle, but not seeming to fall with the same intensity on the brickwork you can see through the stone circle. And you move your hand with the phone closer to the stone circle, stretching under that bush. And your hand gets closer and closer to the stone circle. Then all of a sudden, you hear a fizzing and a whirring. And the space between the stone circle dances to life with electric blue light, looking like rough ocean waves with white horses dancing across their surface, swirling around and around. And that electric blue suddenly explodes out in your direction, and almost as fast as you can perceive, it spreads up towards you, up beyond your arm, over the whole of you, and in a bright flash of white light, suddenly the whirring and all the sounds are gone, and the white light clears in an instant, and you find yourself on a meadow, high up on a hillside, looking over strange land you've never seen before. You hear a screeching roar come from the sky, and look up in the direction of the sun. You squint and raise a hand to block some of that light, and you see a dragon flying through the sky, hearing the pounding of its wings. You turn around, looking around you, and behind you is what looks like the same stone circle, a small structure, not even up to your knee, just sitting on the grass, and you can walk around it, and you can look through it. And in front of it, the grass almost looks slightly charred. And you walk through this meadow. You can see different animals in fields. You can see what looks like a settlement off in the distance, hugging the side of a river. You decide to walk down towards that settlement, and a part of you is still wondering, is this a dream? Or is this real? But whichever it is, you know there's no way you're going to pass up an opportunity to explore this land. And so you descend down those hills, walking through the meadow. You see butterflies flitting from plant to plant, only they're butterflies you've never seen before. There are butterflies that are like glowing purple light. Butterflies with electric blue glowing light for wings. There's butterflies with multicoloured wings. And all these insects seem to have light for wings that seems to take the shape and form of regular wings. And it doesn't look like bioluminescence or like light reflecting or being on the wings. It's as if the wings have no substance other than light, and somehow the light is holding its shape. The shape of those wings. And the wings are doing the same job as regular wings. They flap the wings to take off from plants, fly to other plants. And you walk slowly up to one of the plants and up to one of the butterflies. You crouch down to get a closer look. And as you look closer, the body of that butterfly looks fairly typical, with its soft, gentle fluffiness. But the wings look like they're made up of millions of individual dots of light. Almost like every dot is an actual particle of light. And somehow, each particle of light is held together next to each other particle of light, making the shape and the colour of those wings. But you know that if it was particles of light, they'd be too small to see. But as a way of describing them, that's the best way from your observations that you can think of. And you walk away from the butterfly and continue your journey. But a part of your mind is continuing to ponder how these wings are made of light. And as you walk, you notice there's what looks like a bridle way passing through this countryside that leads to the road that leads to the town. So you begin to head down towards that bridle way. And walking down towards the bridle way, you see in a field what look like sheep. Only their wool is like strands of pulsing light in rainbow colours, just pulsing very gently, slowly and rhythmically. And those sheep are grazing like any other. And you walk along this bridle way, crunching gently on the stones underfoot, and walking across areas with like solid dry mud, where each footstep almost echoes through the ground and reverberates up into your body. And you follow this bridle way, lined with hedges. You hear the sound of birds singing within the hedges, and they have a similar sound to starlings singing in hedges. So you stop for a moment, see if any will come out of the hedges. And after a short while, one of those birds darts out of the hedge and flies up to a tree just the other side of the hedge, on the other side of the path, and perches on a branch in that tree, making fast hopping actions on that branch. And as with the butterflies and with the sheep, the bird's feathers seem to be made up of light. And these birds have an oily green look to them, with the light almost shimmering and sparkling as they move. And you continue on until eventually you arrive at the main road that's leading into that settlement. And so you follow that road, and it carefully and very gently curves around towards the nearby river. You head over a stone bridge that crosses that river, smelling the freshness of the water as it flows underneath, hearing the bubbling, trickling sound of that water, following the road down the other side of the river, the road now almost hugging the river, but the road raising up ever so slightly so that there's a bit more of a bank this side. And you follow this road towards that settlement, unsure what you'll find there. And as you approach the settlement, you can hear the hustle and bustle within this settlement. It's like a busy village or perhaps a small town. And as you get closer, you can see that there's a market through the centre of this town, and just into the town. It widens out, and there's a few bridges back and forth across the river. And near the entrance to the town is a watermill. You can hear that wheel turning in the water. Next to that is a bakery, and you can smell the freshness of the baked goods. And you wonder to yourself about what it's like to approach a place where the first thing that you perceive on approaching is the smell of baked goods, and how that perhaps could endear you to a town before you've even seen any of it. The same way that you might bake some food in a house when you're trying to sell the property. And there are a number of other different shops and market stalls selling different foods, different dyes, different clothing, different bric-a-brac. And at first you hadn't paid attention or really even noticed because you were too busy with your senses having to pay so much attention to everything which is new. But you notice none of these people that you can see look human. You're only going from what you know from different things you've read. But as you look around, you'd probably describe some of these people as being dwarves, maybe others as being elves, some as being fairies, maybe some as being trolls. And there's a number of different looking people who you wouldn't even know how to describe them. And you don't even know if your first impressions are correct of those who you are describing to yourself. And as you walk through this town, along the cobbled streets, you notice the way everyone stops talking as you pass by. Not out of rudeness, but out of curiosity, as if they've never seen anyone like you before. And a small old lady with a green face and pointed ears and a purple worn hat approaches you with a wicker basket full of fruit. She grabs some of the fruit from the basket She looks at the different bits of fruit and then puts one of the bits back, as if choosing one of those bits of fruit. And this bit of fruit resembles a peach in texture, but an apple in size and look. And she thrusts her hand with that fruit out towards you. with the friendliest of smiles and the kindest of eyes, speaking in a way you can't understand. And she keeps bending her elbow and pushing that fruit towards you and looking at the fruit and nodding and looking at you and pushing that fruit towards you more so. Until eventually you take the fruit from her. And then she smiles and nods and steps back and watches you. And you just hold the fruit and you keep saying thank you, trying to appear polite. And she mimes taking a bite of it and keeps pointing to you and then miming taking a bite, then pointing to you. Then she takes your hand so gently, placing the palm of her hand softly under your hand, moving your hand up towards your mouth, while with her other hand gesturing, eating again. And so you tentatively move the fruit closer to your mouth. And the fruit doesn't smell like too much at this point. You place it to your mouth, carefully sink your teeth into it, noticing that it does have the texture of a plum and has a juiciness to it and the most pleasant taste that almost makes you want to just gorge on this fruit. As that taste rapidly enters your mouth and explodes across your taste buds, even though you're trying to take a very slow bite. And you finish taking that bite and are chewing the food. And while chewing, the woman keeps talking. You have no idea what she's saying. And gradually, you think, there was a word that I understood, and another, and another. And these words are few and far between among what to you sounds just like gobbledygook. Until, as you swallow that bit of fruit and take another bite, deciding that anything that tastes this good must be perfectly fine to eat, you realize you can understand this woman. She's talking with the friendliest of voices and accents, almost like a grandmother might talk to you. And she's saying, that's it, eat up. Then you can understand us. Can you understand me yet? Let me know when you can understand me, when you've eaten enough to be able to understand. And you say that you can understand her. And your first question is, why? Where is this place and why can you suddenly understand her? And she chuckles slightly. She tells you that this is a mythical land. It's a land of magic and mystery. It's the land where all magical beings in your realm come from. And that this fruit contains something which makes it so that all beings who consume the fruit can universally understand each other for the duration of that fruit being consumed and passing through their body and absorbed into their body. And she hands you some more of the fruit for your journey and for your time here. And she asks who you are and where you came from. And you talk about how you followed a rabbit. The rabbit did some curious behaviour. And you took a look at where the rabbit went, under a bush. And you suddenly found a portal you've never seen before. And somehow you were zapped through the portal into this land, and you could see this town down by the river. And the woman says that she hopes that you enjoy your time here and exploring this land, and that she's curious who the rabbit was. And you ask, what do you mean who the rabbit was? It was a rabbit. And she says, sometimes when we visit your realm, we have to disguise our true identities. And so we'll cast magic spells upon ourselves to transform ourselves into a different form so that you won't get suspicious or notice us. And the woman says goodbye as you continue to explore the market and explore through this town. Only now, all of that chatter that you could hear is suddenly words you can understand. And while you walk, you discover there's a number of inns within this town. And outside some of the inns, the locations that look like stables. And you can see in those locations a mix of what looks like horses, but also what looks like unicorns. And horses with wings, all sharing the same space, with food laid out before them to enjoy, while their companions are off doing whatever they're doing. And you head into one of the inns, but you don't have any money. At least not any currency you think would work here. But you just want to explore. And in this inn is a bar and a being playing a piano. And this being has 4 arms. They're playing a 2-tiered piano using both sets of arms, playing a piece of music that's requiring all 4 hands to play independently of each other. And while they're doing this, you can see on their eyes, it's almost like they're hypnotized like they're in some kind of a trance, to be able to let the hands play on their own, not trying to think about the playing they're doing. And you can smell the smell of beer and other alcoholic scents, just like in any other bar or tavern or inn that you may find. And even though it's a perfectly comfortable temperature outside, it's dimly lit on the inside. There are candles up around the room, and there's a log fire burning in a fireplace, and it feels so cozy and comfortable. And a tall being with a large dark hat calls you over, not by name, but by looking at you, gesturing to you, and kind of almost hollering at you to get your attention, and gesturing for you to sit opposite them. As you head over and you sit down on the most comfortable seat, and they say they've never seen you around here before, and within seconds of you sitting down, someone comes over and asks if you want a drink, and you say you don't have any money, so you're okay, it's fine. And this being names something for you to drink, saying go and get this for them, and says it's okay, it's on me. And the server places down a little mat for the drink, nods gently and heads off. And this being begins to talk to you. They ask you who you are and where you came from. You're very different to anyone they've ever seen here. They don't really get people from the human realm coming here. You tell your story of following a rabbit. They say they think they know who the rabbit may be. And the drink comes over, and it's a purple drink with bubbles gradually lowering down to the bottom of the drink. And there's a straw in the drink, and the glass seems to be getting cooler and cooler. You take a sip of that drink, feel its coolness pass through your body, as you also feel your mind feeling a little energized. And this being introduces themselves as Matt Silver. They say that they're an elf. Many generations ago, their relatives worked in silver mines, and so that's where they'd got their name from. Now, nobody really has to do any work. They've all found which different abilities they have and and how their different abilities can complement each other. And they don't get paid in money. Everyone does a favour for someone else. And the understanding is that every favour is reciprocated with a favour, and the favour doesn't have to be directly back to the individual that did the favour in the first place. But everyone just has an attitude of helpfulness. So you can go to a venue and be served food, and the person who served you the food has done you a favour, and the person who cooked the food did a favour for the person who served you. And the people who supplied the food to the venue did a favour for those who cook the food. And the people who harvested different fruit and veg, did all the farming, they all did a favour for the people who then took the items to the different venues. And so it's everyone's job to just do favours for each other, to be helpful where you can, based on your skills and knowledge and expertise. And you've just been given a drink, and so you'll do a favour for someone in return. And when you do that favour, they'll do a favour for someone else. And so it'll go on. And you continue to drink that drink, and you ask, but how will I know what favour I'm supposed to do? What if it's a favour I don't want to do? And they said, it's not a favour you don't want to do. It's always something that you're comfortable doing, something you're happy to do. Because what makes us all happy is that we're all doing jobs that for one reason or another makes us happy to do, even jobs that people might think, that sounds unpleasant. You still get people thinking, but I'll do it for you, because I know it would mean so much to you, and that makes me happy, that I've done something that makes you happy. And so whatever the reason, however it comes about, what you'll choose to do for someone else will be something that you're okay with doing. And you finish drinking that drink. You say you're going to continue exploring, and you head off out. You continue looking around the town. And as you explore, so you see some fairies flitting around, darting around from point to point, their wings leaving trails of fairy dust behind them. One of the fairies comes over and says they've got a favour to ask. They'd quite like it if you'd go and deliver something for them for they're only small, and so you'll probably be able to deliver it much quicker. And then just come back and let them know you've done that. And you agree you'll be happy to do this. And they fly off into a building. They come back with what looks like a scroll with a ribbon wrapped around it. And they say they'd like you to deliver this to a specific address beyond the woodland, to a troll who lives in a cabin at the foot of a cliff. And the back side of the cabin is embedded within the cliff. And you say, how are you going to get there? Because it sounds like a long walk. And the fairy tells you to follow them. And they fly with you to a different venue. And there are many creatures in the stables. And they say, can my friend here borrow a unicorn to deliver something for me? And the person at the stables agrees. And so you climb on the unicorn, and this unicorn has a horn of light, and its hair is like tiny, sparkling strands of light, and its mane is like longer strands of light, and with each movement of its head, its mane flicks around and moves, and jingles like 1,000 of the softest bells. And its tail does the same, only the sound of the bells is a slightly deeper tone. And you nudge the unicorn slightly, and the unicorn begins to walk out of this town. And the fairy says, come find me when you've delivered the letter. And you nudge the unicorn a bit more, and it moves into a gentle trot, and then a comfortable canter. And you canter through the landscape, initially following the side of the river. And then the road splits in two, with one part continuing to follow the river, the other part turning towards the woodland. You follow the road round towards the woodland. You canter into that woodland, and then slow down to a trot as this road heads into the woodland, and the trees arch over the road, and the sun's light in this land is gradually beginning to descend in the sky, and the rays of light are stretching out through the woodland, where they manage to break through the canopy overhead, illuminating dancing dust motes. And the glow of the unicorn's hair and horn light the space around you so gently and comfortably. And after passing through the woodland, you can see the cliff. You head round towards that cliff. You see the gentle light of the windows of a cottage. You head over towards that cottage. You dismount from the unicorn. Head up to the door. And as you get closer, you notice how small the door really is. So you have to crouch down just a little to knock comfortably on the door. You wait for a moment as you hear movement inside. And then latches going, and then the door creaking open. And the troll answers the door. You say you've been asked to deliver this letter from a fairy in town. You hand over that letter. And the troll unspools that letter and isn't really saying anything to you, but just reads that letter, smiles, rolls it back up again, and then thanks you for delivering it. And it's beginning to get late. And so the troll, noticing this, asks if you'd like to spend the night. And you say that you would love to. And you ask them, is it okay if you see what they've got in their cupboards, and you perhaps cook a meal for them as thank you? And they say that would be fine. And so you spend the night, you cook a meal, making the closest you can to a meal you're familiar with, that you really love cooking, even though the ingredients are slightly different to what you would normally use. And yet you still enjoy that meal, and the troll seems to enjoy the meal. And you sit and chat by the fireplace as it gets later and later, till it's time for bed. You go and settle down in bed and drift peacefully asleep. And the next morning you awaken, and the troll hands you a letter to return back to the fairy. And so you set off on the unicorn. It takes you a few hours again to make your journey back to the town. So you make that journey back the way you came. You head to the stables, drop off the unicorn and thank them for letting you borrow the unicorn. You go and find the fairy and deliver the letter from the troll. And the fairy thanks you for your kindness. You head back through this land, thinking you should really head home. You don't fully know how that portal will work. And as you're walking through the town, a slender man with long grey hair, friendly eyes, a friendly smile, and a purple hat and purple cloak, calls out to you, and they say they were the rabbit who you followed through here. Their name is Merlin and they're a wizard. And they were travelling back and had changed their appearance in the hope that they wouldn't be noticed heading through the portal. They tell you that that portal has been in that location for thousands of years, even longer than the wall and longer than the bush, and that it was hidden in that location by the wall and the bush, by the builder of the property, to try and disguise that it was there, because many of the passages between the realms had been knocked down in the human realm, with humans not realizing what they were. And the builder of the property didn't want that to happen. So it's one of the safe portals to pass through. And that might be why you think you get a lot of nature in your garden, because there is a lot of magic that goes on there, a lot of beings that pass through the portal. And at any point you can always travel back here by passing through the portal yourself. You've got some of the fruit, and that fruit, being magical, doesn't wither and wilt and die. You can keep it as long as you need, and eat it whenever you need, and you can always pick up more in the future. And all you have to do to travel through the portal is reach out to the portal, and as you touch the space between the portal, it zaps you in through the portal and into the other land. And you head off from Merlin. You find your way back up to that meadow. You see the portal on the ground. You crouch down and reach out to the portal. An electric blue light engulfs you, and a flash of white light fills your field of vision. And as it clears, you find yourself crawling out from under the bush. You decide perhaps you're going to have to neaten these hedges up if you're going to use this portal more, to make it a bit more comfortable when you exit. You check your phone and see that although you've just had all that time in the other realm, no time here has passed. You sit back down. You write your experiences in your journal. How strange the experience was. And that evening, after you've eaten and settled down for a while, you head to bed, and you're still thinking of your experience, of the thought of revisiting that other realm, seeing what else is through there. You drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get a little more comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 down to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of your head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, all the way down into the forearms. 7. That relaxation moving down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing. helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body. 4. Releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable, with that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you've been staying on a short break in a cabin in the woods beside the most beautiful lake. And every morning on waking up, you hear the sounds of the morning birds outside the cabin. The gentle rustling of the leaves in the trees. And that calm silence from within the cabin. And the temperature here within the cabin is just right. And every morning you wake up, you climb off the bed, walk through the cabin to the main living space, which is an open plan kitchen, dining room and living area. You prepare yourself some breakfast and sit down in a comfortable chair in the living space, enjoying that breakfast and a drink. Still aware of the quiet within the cabin and the sounds of nature outside the cabin, and that stillness here in the cabin. And being in this cabin is like being embraced in the most loving hug. The cabin feels like a security blanket wrapped around you. The walls lined with paintings of the local nature. rows of books on old wooden shelves, a slight scent of wood wafting within the cabin every time you move your head. And after enjoying your breakfast, you prepare yourself to head out for a walk. You leave the cabin, and as you've done on many occasions during your stay, you wander down to the lake's edge, and there's a small jetty jutting gently out into the lake water. The water lapping so softly on the shore. Ripples of light can be seen across the lake. The faintest breeze gently rustling the leaves. The occasional duck quacking on the lake. And on this jetty, a small rowboat is moored, tied to the side at the end of the jetty. And walking down towards the jetty, each footstep has a firm feeling and a solid sound, with the occasional slight crunch as you walk through bits of dry grass. And a crunching sound as you get to the stones lining the edge of the lake. And as you step onto the jetty, so each footstep echoes and reverberates through the wood. And you can smell the freshness of the water here as you walk up onto the jetty. Walk to the far end of the jetty. And the sunlight is just moving around, peering above the trees, starting to illuminate the jetty you're standing on. And you take your footwear off and sit down at the end of the jetty, letting your feet dangle into the cool water of the lake, feeling the sensation of that water as it flows gently across your feet, around your ankles, as it rises and lowers next to your ankles, with each wave rolling softly to the shore. And after a while, as the sun continues to rise, you stand back up, you untie the boat, climb into that boat, pick up one of the oars, push gently on the side of the jetty, nudging the boat to move away from the jetty. And with the faintest of splashes, you lower the oars into the water and begin to row. And you've been here a few days and you've gotten quite a good technique of rowing the boat. of lifting the oars out of the water, turning the paddles to face horizontal to the water. As you lean your arms forward and your whole body forward, making the paddles move diagonally behind you, lowering them down into the water, doing so at just the right angle as they enter the water, turning them to be more flat within the water as you submerge those paddles, and then moving your body back and your arms back and your elbows back as you pull the paddles through the water, propelling the rowboat through the lake. Before lifting those paddles once more from the water, twisting those paddles, moving your whole body, your arms, and repeating this process. And there's something almost hypnotic about the rhythmic nature of rowing a boat. And you quickly pick up quite a lot of speed, seemingly quite effortlessly, as you row out into the middle of the lake. And in the middle of the lake, you pull the oars into the boat. You settle yourself down and rest for a minute. The sun rising gently. The boat wobbling just slightly on the water. The sound of the water lapping gently and softly against the side of the boat. Just enjoying these moments of peace and calm, the stillness of being out on a lake, with nothing around for some distance. And as you rest here, so you find your mind drifts and dreams, wanders to pleasant thoughts. After enjoying peace for a while, you take a book and begin to read. And you read that book, absorbing yourself in the story. Almost becoming unaware of the passage of time. And then when you find a good spot to stop in the story, and you feel like lunchtime is approaching, you stop reading the book, place a bookmark within the book. You place that book down beside you. You grab some sandwiches you've prepared to eat. And you just absorb yourself in the moment of eating those sandwiches. No other distractions, just being present in this moment. And this opportunity to escape the hustle and bustle of everyday life, find the safety and security, tranquility within nature. It's almost like a reset for the soul. And after eating the lunch, you plan on reading a little bit more before rowing back to the shore. And you've done this pretty much every day that you've been here. You've woken up, you've gone for a wander in the woodland, and after exploring the woodland around the cabin, you decided that rather than sit indoors and read, or sit under the shade of the trees in the woodland, you'd go out on the rowboat and relax in the sun on the lake. Being in the heart of the sounds of nature, allowing the sounds of nature to just wrap gently around you. And as you pick up the book and find the page that's marked, so you start to hear a gentle humming sound, and it seems to be coming from somewhere beneath you, as if it's coming from within the lake itself. And you notice as you look around that the ripples around you have changed, as if there's something vibrating somewhere beneath you, sending out regular ripples from your location. And then those ripples get closer and closer together as the humming sound increases in pitch. And then you start to notice a light under the water. And although the shore is crystal clear, out here in the heart of the lake, it very quickly becomes murky, and so that light is rising, seemingly getting larger and larger as it approaches the surface. From within that murky water. And then you notice that whatever's rising through the water looks humanoid. And as it approaches the surface, you notice it looks like a female. And then as it breaches the surface of the water in a splash, you see the most beautiful woman with piercing blue eyes and flowing hair, the water running off her hair, across her skin. And she has the softest voice as she says that she's the lady of the lake. And she seems to be hovering half out of the water, somehow managing to have far more of her body out of the water than you would be able to if you were treading water. And she doesn't seem to be putting any effort into how she's out of the water. And she tells you that there's something she needs your help with, something she can't do herself. And she takes a bracelet from her wrist, asks you to place your arm out. She places the bracelet onto your arm and tells you she needs you to seek a monastery, and within that monastery is a labyrinth, and in the heart of that labyrinth is something she needs you to get for her, something that will restore balance between the realms, that she's not really supposed to be in this specific lake. She has another lake where she guards a sword, Excalibur, but she's found herself here, and the only way to return is to seek your help. And in the heart of the labyrinth will be a blue crystal. And that blue crystal will fit within the gap, within that golden bracelet that she's just placed on you. And when you return that, it'll help her to be able to get back to her own realm. And you ask her why she can't do this journey herself. And she seems to leap from the water and dive headfirst under the water. And you notice she has a tail rather than legs, and she rises back up again. And you ask, how are you supposed to find this monastery? And she gives you some directions, telling you where it is you need to go and in what direction, and signs that you'll notice that will let you know you're approaching that monastery. You agree to help her, and she disappears back under the water, and there's stillness once more. And you look at the bracelet, more to confirm that that experience you've just had was real. And it's already during the afternoon, and it sounds like you've got quite a way to go. But you'll need to get to the other shore on the other side of the lake. So you decide you need to be prepared, so you head back to the jetty. You head into the cabin, you make yourself some food, gather up some supplies. You grab some bits for camping, and there's still a few hours of daylight, and you decide you'll set off now and get to the other side of the lake. Walk for a few hours, and then you'll camp the night, and you'll already be in a location that'll give you a head start when you wake up. to make the journey you need to make. And so once you've gathered up those supplies, you head back down to the jetty, back onto the boat, and you row that boat to the fading sun across that lake. As the low light turns the water an almost orangey colour, with light sparkling gently on the tips of the waves. You reach the far shore. You row extra hard towards a smooth part of the shore, so the boat slides up a little way onto the shoreline. You walk to the front of the boat and climb out, jumping a little to clear as much of the water as possible. Then you drag that boat up onto the shore a little further, away from the water's edge. And then you set off a little way into the woodland this side of the lake. The sun rapidly setting. You're looking for an ideal place to stop and camp. And just for safety, you want to make sure that it's not too close to the water's edge, that it's slightly up from the water, so you find a clear enough patch within the woodland. You grab a large stick, knocking everything aside, clear that patch even further. Then you pitch your tent. You dig a small pit. You make a small fire. You have something to eat. You sit awake in the tent as the fire burns down to the most gentle glow. And once the fire is just a gentle glow, so you relax back into the tent and comfortably, easily and effortlessly fall asleep. And the next morning you're awoken by the sounds of the woodland, the singing birds, the gently creaking trees, the rustling of the leaves, smelling how fresh the air smells, how cool the air is. Exiting the tent and having a stretch, and something to eat before packing everything away, covering over the fire pit, continuing on your journey through this woodland. And there is no clear path, and so you're just having to push your way through the woodland, weaving around trees, climbing over fallen logs, checking whenever you see rays of light cutting down through the canopy overhead, that you seem to still be on the right track. And it takes most of the day before you find yourself exiting this woodland and see the most incredible, most beautiful meadow sprawled out before you. And beyond the meadow is a large mountain range. So you begin to walk through this meadow. And as gold now sets in, so you take in its beauty and stop once more to set up camp and rest for the night. The next morning, awakening in this meadow, continuing your journey through the meadow in the direction of the mountains. And as you approach the mountains, so you hear the thundering sound of flowing water. And it sounds like so much water you can even begin to smell it in the air, although you're yet to see that water. You continue on, walking in the direction you need to travel, finally coming to a rough river. The water from melted ice, travelling down the mountainside, picking up speed, gathering up more melted ice, and then thundering through the landscape. And you wander along the edge of the river, looking for a crossing. And you walk in the direction of the mountains, following the river round, heading upstream, hoping that somewhere as you get closer to the mountains will be a way to cross. And butterflies are flitting from plant to plant here in the meadow. And as well as the smell of the fresh water, there's the scent of different wildflowers and lavender that wafts within your nostrils. And while walking around the outside of this river, you spy in the distance what looks like a stone bridge. And as you approach that stone bridge, the first time on your journey so far, you see there's some kind of road or path leading to the bridge and then leading on over the bridge and then towards the mountains. And so you walk down to that path, up and over the stone bridge. You follow that path, the other side of the stone bridge, continuing on towards the mountains. And you know which way you need to go. You're just now figuring out what the safest way of getting there is, and whether this path will take you there. And the path takes you up to the mountains. And it begins to ascend the mountains. And so you start by following the path. But at some point you have to go off of the path to get back onto track You've made it as far as you can on the path first. And you can now see that monastery on a ledge up this mountain. A tall stone wall covered in snow, encircling the monastery. And as you approach the monastery, so the wind picks up as you're raising higher into the mountain. And among the sound of the wind, you hear the sound of bells being struck. You approach that monastery. You swing the knocker at the door to the gate. Someone comes and opens that gate. You explain why you're there, saying it may sound unusual, and they invite you in. And they close that gate behind you, and you're surprised by the stillness of the air here, within the walls of the monastery. And you walk through the most beautiful gardens and carefully raked sands, heading towards a large stone building that's partially embedded within the face of the mountain. And they open the door and invite you in. And you walk up to somebody sat in a chair, and you explain to them why you're here. That you need the blue crystal. And they say that to get that blue crystal, you're going to have to descend into the labyrinth, navigate the labyrinth and find it for yourself. And you're curious if they know why this rift between the realms has opened up. But you choose not to ask, feeling that they'll tell you what you need to know. And they show you to a door at the back of this space, and this door leads into the mountain itself. They open the door, they gesture for you to descend. So you descend those steps, going deeper and deeper into the mountain, before you find yourself in a vast labyrinth. And this labyrinth is lined with mirrors. And there are lights lining the labyrinth. And those lights are just flames with a concave metal reflector behind them. So that allows you to direct the light deeper into the labyrinth, helping it remain light between one light and the next. And so as you walk into this labyrinth, you position each light to shine and reflect off the mirrors until it reaches the next light. And then when you get to that light, you do the same again. And there are times when you're offered multiple different routes to take. And you find that you occasionally take a route that leads to a dead end and have to backtrack. But because you're bouncing the lights down to each other light, you know where you've been, and you know the one true route. Because each time you backtrack, you direct the light down a different path, bouncing it down that path to the light down that path. And if you don't return because it's the correct route, the light remains showing the way. And you're surprised by the silence here within this labyrinth. There's a slight rumbling sound, which could just be the sound of the wind hitting the mountains and that reverberating through the land. But other than that, there's just stillness and quiet and a dull thud of each footstep you take. And after quite some time, you find your way to the heart of the labyrinth, where you see a plinth, and on that plinth there's a sparkling blue crystal. You pick the crystal up and place it within the bracelet, and the whole bracelet now shines with light, as if it's gathered energy. You follow your light trail back out of the labyrinth. You head back to the main area of the monastery, and you find that it's now night time. And so they invite you to stay for the night rather than risk descending the mountain in the dark. And they show you to a room, and it's a very simple bed in a very simple room, and yet something about it is so comfortable and deeply peaceful as you fall asleep. And the next morning you're woken very early by the sounds of bells being struck. You leave the monastery, descend the mountain, finding your way back down to the meadow over that bridge. Walking through the meadow and the woodland, back to your boat on the shore of the lake. And you have to stop at times to rest and sleep, but eventually you get back to that boat by the lake. You climb into the boat. You row out into the middle of the lake. You don't know what you're supposed to do, so you just wait. After waiting with nothing happening quite some time, you call out, "Lady of the Lake, please reveal yourself." And you wait some time and still nothing. Until eventually you hear that humming again. You see the surface of the water vibrating and rippling. Then the Lady of the Lake breaches the surface of that water. You say that you've done the task. You hold out your arm with that bracelet on it, and the blue crystal embedded in the bracelet, and that bracelet gently glowing. Lady of the Lake removes the bracelet from your wrist, places it onto herself, and a flash of blue wraps around her, almost like a blue force field passing from her wrist out, around her hand, then up her arm, and then around her whole body. And once it's covering her whole body, then it just disappears. And she says it's still there. It's just now complete. And she can now return. The path back to her own lake is now accessible. She takes off a ring and says as a thank you, have this ring. This ring will help you to see reality in a whole new way. To feel a deeper connection to reality. And to perceive things in a way you normally just feel. And you place that ring on your finger as the Lady of the Lake descends beneath the water, and a flash of electric blue appears under the water just for a moment, and then there's stillness and silence. And you row back to the shore. You moor the boat back up again. You head back into the cabin. You have something to eat. You flop back onto the bed, legs still hanging off the bed. Taking a deep breath, feeling like you've earned that relaxation. Closing your eyes for a moment. Reaching over and touching that ring. And feeling the deep connection with the world around you. Like you can understand and notice there is more here in this world that you've felt for a long time, but now you're aware that it's there. As the sun sets, you look out the window from the bedroom into the forest. Do you think you notice something moving within the forest, and you see there are fairies flying around, flitting in streams of sparkling light? And you realize that there's far more to reality than you'd ever perceived before, and you're going to have the opportunity to explore this. And with a smile, you get ready for bed, settle down in bed, and you feel so calm and contented and sleepy already. You don't even read any book before falling asleep. You just rest down on the pillow and easily and effortlessly drift and float deeply asleep into Slumberland. So in tonight's sleep story, you follow Raven the hedgehog as she meets a curious goose called Faith, and they set off together on a quest, travelling through meadows and woodland to a mountain monastery where Raven engages in a magical ritual that brings a deep connection to the world around her before journeying back home, changed and with a new purpose in life. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 down to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles, around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath that you take, the arms can begin to feel heavier or lighter or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. Maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And the mist clung firm, like a stubborn blanket refusing to lift from a sleeping landscape. As the morning sun lightly raised its head above the horizon, Raven the hedgehog wandered out from beneath a hedge on the edge of the meadow, wading through the mist as it parted around her in soft, slow, ethereal ripples. Raven headed through the meadow to the herb garden for something to eat. She prepared her food and then thought about what she'll do with her day. She decided that she'd clean some of her most precious items in the stream at the far side of the meadow. She headed back home, placed her cart outside of her home. The cart had wheels made of densely woven grass and sticks for spokes, and twigs for the body and handles. She gathered up the items in the cart and set off, pushing the cart across the meadow. The cart leapt about as it went over the uneven grass. The dewdrops, which had been happily clinging to the grass, spraying everywhere as the cart pushed through that grass, parting the mist. Water droplets rode Raven through the meadow as she continued down towards the stream. The items in the cart clattering and clanging. The mist slowly beginning to rise like a curtain caught in a breeze as the sun climbed the celestial dome. As Raven neared the stream, she could hear its gurgling hidden in the mist and smell the increasing freshness of the air. The rattling reeds lining the stream gradually revealed themselves waving above the mist, signalling the stream's location. Raven slowed as she approached the stream. Along with the items it carted to the stream to clean, Raven was doused in the meadow's moisture. She unloaded the cart onto the bank of the stream, placing everything in the order she planned to clean it. Largest items first, so that they could be the first items placed back into the cart. Smallest items last, to go back on top in the cart and to fit into the nooks and crannies of the other items. By the time she'd unloaded the cart and organised the items, the mist was letting go of its final hold over the land. The sky was bright, blue and clear. The meadow was clear in all directions as far as the eye could see. Butterflies and bees had now come out to dance from flower to flower. Raven began cleaning the first items, moving them into the edge of the stream, the water splashing around the items as she shimmied around them, rubbing and cleaning them in the flowing water. Then moving the items near to the cart to dry out in the sun, ready to be placed back into the cart to take back home. About halfway through the items, Raven was scrubbing an ornate golden goose egg. She'd received this egg as a gift many years before from her good friend Bear the seagull from Senegal, who claimed the egg was magic. Bear found the egg buried in the heart of a stone circle that was thousands of years old. Raven had left the egg as it was given, in a silk pouch and covered in mud. She decided now was the time to clean it. As she scrubbed the egg, she thought she noticed it move. At first, She didn't know if the egg moved itself, or if it was just the water, or perhaps even movement of the stones beneath the egg that moved the egg. But then it moved again, then started to crack. Raven wondered if perhaps she'd accidentally broken the egg by getting it wet. Maybe it was warmed by the sun and then has started to crack as it cooled in the water. While Raven stepped back, she watched as that egg cracked. She noticed the beak of a bird breaking through the shell, followed by more of the shell breaking and the most beautiful coloured feathers poking through. Another flex from within the shell, and a larger crack appeared, with a piece of shell falling into the stream and, like a boat, floating on the surface of the water, pirouetting with the currents sailing down the stream and out of sight. So much for the present, thought Raven as she watched the shell breaking apart. Within just a few minutes, the only shell remaining was the piece the colourful and majestic goose was stood on. It stretched and flexed its wings, as if waking from the deepest, most pleasant sleep. The goose didn't look young. It came from the egg looking already like an adult goose. In a moment of surprise for Raven, the goose spoke, and she could understand. The goose introduced herself as Faith. She said, "Everyone's got to have a little faith in their lives." Geese can't smile, and Faith said this with absolute sincerity, so Raven couldn't tell if Faith was trying to be funny or not. Faith continued to explain that she's a legendary goose. There are 5 legendary geese. They live to guide, and then, when it's time, they build a golden cocoon around themselves and enter the deepest state of meditation, which allows them to enter a timeless and spaceless place. Some might describe as a spiritual plane, a place where they have access to all knowledge and can recharge for when they next emerge from their cocoon. Once the cocoon has fully formed, they'd be buried deep in the mud within a stone circle. The stone circle would be made of specific stones and of specific sizes and erected in a specific way, that a resonance would be formed in that location on a crossroads of ley lines, which would channel the earth's energy to form a bubble of spiritual energy. This energy would help deepen the meditation and would protect the egg from harm. Usually, once it's time for the goose to return, the people would carefully dig up the egg, let the egg settle for a while, before gently, reverently, and mindfully washing the egg. This process stimulates the breakdown of the cocoon and the awakening and returning from their meditation of the goose. Raven apologized for triggering Faith's awakening, stating that she didn't know. She was just trying to clean the egg. She didn't realise it would wake a goose. She said, "If you've been transported here, a long way from where you were buried, and awoken here by me at this time, does that mean you've been woken at the wrong time by the wrong being in the wrong place?" Faith explained, "There are no mistakes. There is no wrong time or wrong place or wrong being. I awaken for the right being at the right time in the right place. I am here. The time is now. This is the present. This is your present." While talking, Raven begins to carry on washing the other items. "So, if now is the right time for you, then why now and why me?" "You've got to have a little faith," Faith responds. "All will become clear in time." Raven finishes cleaning all the items and places them all, minus the egg, back onto the cart and begins dragging the cart back up through the meadow to her home. The sun sits comfortably overhead as they walk. On arrival home, Raven unloads the cart, putting everything back where it belonged in her home, while still talking with Faith. She's curious what guiding Faith is here to do. Faith explains that is for Raven to find out. She just knows she wouldn't be here if she wasn't going to be a guide, so she must be needed as a guide. There's a meditation that Raven can do that can find out how Faith is needed at this time. So after putting everything away, including the cart, Raven says that she's interested to experience this meditative process, which will reveal why she might need a guide. Faith instructs Raven to sit quietly on the edge of the meadow. Close your eyes and take a moment to center yourself with a few deep, comfortable breaths. Breathe in comfort and relaxation, and breathe out any tension and worries. That's it. Notice the sounds around you. Feel a connection with what you can hear, with the sound of the rustling of leaves in the trees and bushes, the sound of birds singing, even the sounds of butterflies and bees flapping their wings. Perhaps noticing the very faint, distant sound of that stream at the far side of the meadow. That's it. Just let your awareness expand through the meadow and beyond. Start to notice the threads of consciousness which weave all things together. Notice how the seed of consciousness is contained within every single atom. Begin to understand that consciousness is about the flow of information. Consciousness arises when enough information can move. And there's a difference between consciousness and conscious awareness. Something can have consciousness and not be aware of that fact. The awareness requires a feedback loop and a state of slow decay. Raven absorbs herself in the meditation, in experiencing that connection with the world around her. Faith continues, and you can begin to drift on the river of consciousness, flowing through the landscape in a way you never have before. And if you let go and give in to the experience, you can flow through all consciousness at once, following all paths and experiencing all possibilities. Like entering a flow state where you're so absorbed in the present you aren't paying attention to how you're doing what you're doing. You're just doing. Raven takes time to absorb herself easily and effortlessly in the experience, as Faith quietens down in the background for a few moments. That's it. You can notice among the threads of consciousness one path becoming brighter than the others, illuminating a path and a destination. You won't know what that one path has relevance to, but you will discover it. The raven notices out of all the gently pulsing and humming strands of light which surrounds her, one strand begins to pulse brighter and louder, forming a path through the landscape to a bulb of light in the distance beyond her reach. Hold on to that, Faith says, as you begin to drift back to the here and now. That's it. And Raven drifts back and opens her eyes, feeling so deeply calm and peaceful, while also still having a sense of that path of light in her mind's eye. That path you've discovered is the one to be taken. I'll travel with you on your journey to help guide you. At the end of the journey, you'll meet with the elders where they'll give you a magical elixir. That elixir will do what is needed for you. Once my work here is done, you'll engage in a ritual which will return me to the earth until the next time that I'm needed. Raven invites Faith to stay for the night. She prepares dinner and engages in discussing Faith's long life and her many experiences and encounters. She shares about her time in Egypt, where she had to help a young prince to find what they needed to become the first pharaoh. She helped a farm boy to learn how to lead a community and prepare to weather a drought. She helped a fisherman discover a new land for his people. She helped a woman to understand the power of the earth's lines of energy and how those lines can be stitched together through the use of standing stones. positioned strategically on crossroads of the lines. That woman was able to spread this knowledge through her community, to build the first stone circle, and then through other communities, construct stone circles around the globe. This gave Faith many places which she could settle down to rest. Prior to this, there were limited locations. There were select pyramids designed and aligned to channel the Earth's power where she could rest, and a few natural locations. Faith explained that it isn't about the flow of energy, but about the flow of information, and those locations have high informational flow, making those places a conduit for accessing universal knowledge. The next morning, Raven and Faith set off on a journey, following that glowing strand of light. As they walked, so they talked on and off, with long periods of almost contemplative silence and periods of deep and meaningful conversation. They headed through the meadow. They began to follow the stream, meandering through the meadow, before turning into woodland. Raven may have smaller feet and legs. She's much more used to walking through this landscape. Faith had to waddle through. She could fly to where they were going, but she would arrive long before Raven, so she decided to walk. As night began to blanket the sky with a dusting of specks of light, the pair decided to stop and rest. Faith shared more tales, but also wanted to listen to Raven's stories to learn more about her. And long after the landscape had fallen asleep, Raven and Faith finally joined it, both drifting into the most pleasant dreams and deep reveries. They woke up to the gentle warmth of the morning glow spreading across the landscape. They took a moment to stretch and have something to eat before continuing on their journey. Raven continued to hold on to the instinctive sense of where to go, as if that glowing thread was woven into who she was as a being. They continued walking through the woodland, listening to the echoing sound of birds singing, the sound of a woodpecker drumming away on a distant tree, and watching the dancing streams of light filtering through the dense canopy overhead. After many hours of walking, the bright light of open countryside became the backdrop to the far side of the woodland. And the pair continued to walk towards the light, eventually exiting the woodland, looking over rolling hills made up of a patchwork of fields and meadows. Sheep and cows filled the fields, while Many of the meadows contained rabbits and deer eating the grasses and wildflowers. Raven scampered over to one of the rabbits and explained that they were on a mission following an invisible path. But strangely, the path seems to have an unusual vibe in this location. Almost like there's more than one way to go, with one way being quicker than the other. The rabbit shared that there's actually a secret tunnel buried deep inside one of the rabbit's burrows. And if you're willing to dive into a rabbit hole, perhaps that secret tunnel is the quicker route to take. The rabbit showed Raven and Faith to the rabbit hole and said, "Head down there and take a left turn. There you'll see right in front of you a small wooden door. Pass through that door and perhaps it'll be the fast track you're looking for." Raven and Faith wander along the rabbit hole, each step reverberating along the walls of the hole, until they eventually reach a crossroads. At the crossroads, they turn left and walk to the door they see in front of them. They pause for a moment before slowly and carefully opening the door with a creak, getting a waft of air that gave the feeling this door hasn't been opened for a very long time. They walk through the doorway, closing that door behind them. And this secret tunnel is different to the mud-walled rabbit hole. The walls are smooth and grey with the texture of freshly moulded clay, each footstep offering just a dull thud. Raven continues to feel the pull in the right direction as they walk. Lining the walls of this path are torches which seem to almost pulse to life as they approach, their light flickering and dancing in the eddies of air caused by their movement through the otherwise still tunnel. Looking forward into the darkness, it looks like there's so far still to travel. So it comes as a surprise when, after what feels like not that long has passed, they notice a door faintly illuminated in the distance. They arrive at the door, and as they open that door, they're greeted by nighttime in a meadow, looking towards the shadow of a tall mountain range, only noticeable by the absence of stars the mountains are blocking. They walk out from the secret tunnel, turning to close the door behind them, noticing that the door is embedded in the wide trunk of an ancient tree. Raven mentions, "We're nearly at our destination. It's just up in the mountains ahead." As it's night here, they decide it's better to rest for the night and finish the trip in the morning, rather than trying to ascend mountains in the dark. The next morning, the two travellers begin their mountain ascent, following a winding path which weaves up the face of one of the mountains. They can see what looks like a monastery carved into the rock of the mountain itself. "That's where we're headed," said Raven to Faith. Faith could fly on ahead, but continued to decide to just walk along with Raven, travelling at a hedgehog's pace. and the higher up the mountain they climbed, the stronger and colder the mountain wind became. Eventually, they reached the monastery. The entrance to the monastery was a grand wooden door with a thick, giant knocker and thick metal studs. And Raven tapped gently on that door. And in comparison to the sound of the mountain wind, which was shuttling across the landscape and thundering past their ears, the tapping barely makes a noise. They wait for just a moment before the door slowly and calmly swung open, and they were greeted by a monk. And this monk didn't say a word, they just gestured for the two travellers to enter. Raven and Faith entered the monastery, the door being closed behind them. They followed the monk down a cold, grey stone corridor, footsteps reverberating around the walls, and into a chamber in the heart of this monastery. Within the chamber sat a circle of chanting monks sitting around a pool of water, the water vibrating in resonance with their chants, creating somatic patterns. As their chants and tones shifted, so the patterns in the water changed. Raven was guided over to the circle of monks. They didn't pay her any attention, they just continued with their chanting. The monk crouched down to Raven's height, picked up a small sacred cup, held it by the lip of the cup between the fingertips of their left hand, while placing their right hand palm up underneath the cup and resting the cup gently upon their palm. They turned the cup 120 degrees clockwise, released their fingers back to the starting position, turned the cup 120 degrees clockwise again, repeated the process of moving their fingers back, starting position, and turned the cup 120 degrees clockwise one final time, before sliding their left hand gently down the side of the cup, moving the cup slowly towards Raven. Raven took the cup from the monk. The monk gestured for Raven to head to the pool of water, then gestured for her to dunk the cup into the vibrating water. She dipped the cup under the water, filling the cup and raising it back out of the water. The monk then gestured for her to drink the liquid. As Raven drank, so she could feel the coolness of that mountain water flowing through her body. She could feel her senses expanding. The water in the pool started to soften until it was as still and reflective as a mirror. Raven couldn't tell if this was in her mind or in reality. She looked into the water and could see herself reflected, but that reflection evolved and shifted. It stopped reflecting what is, started reflecting what could be. It reflected a Raven who was connected to all things, who understood the world on a much deeper level, who was a teacher of knowledge, sharing that knowledge and how to find deeper connections with other animals, helping to deepen and enrich their lives. She watched as swirls of light and colour slowly fill the pool behind the reflection of herself. The moment feels timeless, almost like a moment outside of time. As the moment begins to fade, Raven began to notice the sound of the chanting returning, the movement of the water returning, and a sense of time returning. She backed slowly away from the pool, and she could feel that something had shifted inside of her. She handed that cup back to the monk, and Faith said, "It's time to go, time to head to the location where you'll perform the ritual which will return me to the earth until I'm next required." They left the mountain monastery and made their way through the cold, walking back down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they decided to stop for the night, as it had been a very long day. They discussed what had happened, the experience Raven had had. Faith shared her thoughts on it. She said that very often the being who needs the support doesn't realise they need it. They don't realise there's a special path for them to tread. And often, even after they start on their new path, they don't know the impact they're going to have. They just feel a calling, almost like a drive in a direction of change. The next morning, they began their travels to Stonehenge, and it was a long walk south that took them many weeks to complete. But in that time, a deep bond formed between the two of them. At Stonehenge, Faith walked into the heart of the stones. Raven took her position in a specific location outside of the stone circle, and she began the ritual which involved reciting a specific incantation, followed by performing specific gestures and movements in front of the sun. With this, a humming built up from within the stones, followed by an electric blue pulse that struck at the heart of the circle. Faith began to glow blue as she curled up, and a golden shell began to form around her body from the base upward. And the process took a few moments to fully form that cocoon. And once formed, the electric blue strands of light began dancing on the ground beneath the egg, churning up and vibrating the mud as the egg slowly and carefully sunk beneath the surface back into the earth. And once fully covered, the light immediately disappeared in a flash of silence. Raven stood watching nothing happening for a moment and reflected on her time spent with Faith. Everybody needs faith in their life, she said to herself as she turned and began the long journey home. In a moment of rest during her journey, while she was pondering her experience and her connection with all things, she felt a presence, Faith. She noticed that Faith was here. Faith was a part of all that can be connected with. Faith is always with you. Faith is journeying through universal knowledge, learning, developing and preparing for when she's next needed, while Raven continued to journey home. And once finally home, looking forward to taking on her role as a teacher and a guide in her own right, Raven rested for a while, ate some dinner, took some time to read before heading to bed, feeling that pleasure of settling down in your own bed after time away, and finding it so easy and so effortless to drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So in tonight's sleep story, you go out for a walk through British countryside, hearing a telephone ringing, sending you on a quest to meet a wizard in the heart of the woods, who asks for your help to open the magical portals, to reconnect the realms of the dwarves and the humans. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 down to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head. Gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation deepens so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. Nine. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of your neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it will be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. Six, and that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. Five, the healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a bit more comfortable. Four, with that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. Three, passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed, and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. And you can lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2, the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1, as a final wave of relaxation pushes gently through you from the top of your head down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into the sleep story, you find yourself wandering down a country lane. And as you wander down this country lane, the road meandering through the countryside, birds singing cheerfully within the trees, clouds ambling across the sky, you see a red phone box in the distance. And each footstep along the road gives a gentle crackling sound. Each stride brings you closer to the heart of this landscape. And while you walk through the landscape, that phone box getting larger and larger as it gets nearer and nearer. You can feel the gentle breeze on the side of your face, the warmth of the sun on your cheeks. Hearing the rustling of the wind blowing through the tops of the trees. Starlings singing in the bushes that line this road. And as you near that phone box, you can hear the sound of it ringing. And as you approach, so that ringing gets louder and louder. And it doesn't seem to stop. And so when you arrive at the phone box, out of curiosity, you open the heavy door to that phone box. Squeeze yourself inside the phone box, that door swinging shut behind you. And then slowing down to close very slowly behind you the last few centimeters. That phone ringing before you. A stillness to the air within the phone box. A lack of echoing within the phone box, almost like the walls are swallowing the sound. With curiosity, you pick up the receiver. You hold it to your ear as that ringing stops. You hear a bit of static followed by a voice. And that voice is the kindest, most friendly sounding voice, asking you to come and visit. Suggesting that you walk down the road a little further and then turn off and head through the woods. And then the phone hangs up. And so you place the receiver back down. Push your way back out of that phone box and continue on your journey. And although you're still admiring nature around you, a part of your mind is on that message. And whether whoever made that phone call made it specifically for you or anyone who was walking past that phone box, and whether you should follow the instructions or just continue on the path you are taking. Your plan was just to be out walking for a while. You're staying in a nearby bed and breakfast within a local village, and you're out on a country walk. And you're following this road on this country walk. Do you continue to follow the road? Or if that turning exists into the woods, do you take that turning and head through the woods to visit the person who made that phone call? And while you walk, so you see a large bird circling gracefully overhead, observing the landscape below. You see a family of deer in a field. You bob up and down slightly as you walk, so that your head, each time you bob up, can see over the hedge alongside you, until you reach a gate into the field, and you stop for a moment at that metal gate. Head over to the gate. You rest your arms on top of the gate and your chin on top of your arms, looking out across the field, watching that family of deer. How peaceful and still they seem. Just enjoying some food. And you can feel the warmth of that metal through your sleeves that's been gently warmed by the morning sun. And after watching those deer for a while, you continue on along the side of these fields, heading towards a wooded area. You can see the way that at the wooded area, the trees arch over the road from both sides, almost locking fingers in the middle, creating a comfortable, cool tunnel. With just the occasional dancing dappled light working its way down through the tree leaves. And as you approach the edge of the wood, so you notice that there's a fence running alongside the wood on either side of the road. in the middle of that fence is a stile on both sides of the road, and a muddy footpath cutting into the woodland. And so you continue on, getting closer and closer to that gap in the fence, thinking to yourself about whether to veer off into the woods or just keep moving forward. But as you reach that gap in the fence, so your curiosity gets the better of you, you climb over the stile, jump down onto the mud, and begin to walk into that woodland. And each footstep now gives off a dull thud rather than that slight crunching sound of walking on the road. And birdsong echoes through the woodland, making it hard to pinpoint exactly where within the woods the birds singing are situated. And all around you is the sound of the rustling leaves overhead, as the wind blows a breeze across the tops of the trees. And you follow this path, initially the path being very straight, and then it begins to weave and turn, as if it's been created to avoid causing harm to any of the trees, placing the path where it can go, that fits around the nature that's already here. And you notice off of this slightly broader path occasional narrow, deeper seeming paths, often flanked with ivy and leafy plants that manage to grow in the dimly lit woodland. And you recognize that these are trails from centuries of animals finding their own paths through the woodland, which sometimes cross the human path. And while you continue to walk, so you start to notice the uncertain outline of a cabin within this woodland. Its clear lines broken by the trees and branches between you and it. And the cabin seems to be built of the same wood of the woodland, helping it to blend in. and you meander towards that cabin. And you're curious who will live there, and interested to find out whether they are the ones that definitely made the phone call, and why you. And the cabin, as you head out into a slight clearing, looks like it's growing out from the woodland, like it's a part of the woodland rather than a part from it. And you walk up to the door. You reach for the knocker on the door, fingertips pausing for a moment, and then taking hold of that cool knocker, feeling the weight of that in your hand, and tapping it gently against the wooden door. The sound reverberating through the wood. And then you step back and wait. And you don't have to wait long before you hear movement within the cabin. And then a latch going on the other side of the door. And then the door, carefully and slowly, being swung open to reveal the friendliest looking old wizard, the eyes having lines, showing years of smiling and laughing, and their face instantly lighting up on seeing you, and they invite you in a very enthusiastic and excitable way. They gesture for you to go and sit down on a comfy seat in the living space, as they head into the kitchen space, put the kettle on and offer for you to have a cup of tea, and you accept the offer for a cup of tea. And they're talking and almost mumbling in an excited kind of way, as you hear the sound of clanking china while they grab a couple of teacups and a silver spoon. And they grab a teapot and they make up that tea in the teapot. They place the teapot onto a tray and a tea cozy over the teapot. They place those cups onto the tray and the spoon. And then, with a slight bit of fidgeting, they carry the tray over to the living space. They place it down onto a table beside the chair you're sitting in. They pull around a larger coffee table, placing that between two seats. Then put the tray onto that table. They head back to the kitchen saying they've just forgotten something. And you hear them pottering in the kitchen space as they place some biscuits onto a small plate. And then they bring those biscuits through and place them down next to the tea. And they seem so excited to see you, although you've never seen them before. You're pretty confident you don't know them and they shouldn't know you. And they jiggle the teapot slightly. And they say, I'll just let it brew for a little while, as they sit back in their seat. And they start asking you questions about what brought you to this area. How are you? What do you think of the weather? How have you found this place so far? And after 10 or 15 minutes of them just engaging in some basic chatter, with you answering some simple questions, still curious why you're actually here, they lift up the teapot, resting the 3 middle fingers of their other hand on top of the centre of the teapot on the lid, and carefully tilt that teapot and pour the tea into the cups. They offer you some milk with the tea, some sugar if you want it, some biscuits if you'd like those. And now that the tea has been poured, they feel that they can sit back and really just take their time to engage in conversation. No longer a need to make small talk to fill the time between sitting down and pouring the tea. They say that they had heard from a friend about your arrival visiting the village. And that friend who'd seen you in the village recognized something about you that you perhaps wouldn't know about yourself. A deep quality that you have that most others never really cultivate. And so they knew that you were the right person. And they came and told the wizard of your arrival. And they told the wizard what you looked like. And so the wizard had put themselves into a meditative state, where they slow their mind. They synchronize the frequency of their mind with the frequency of the nature around them. And they perform a meditation where they connect with all living things in this area. And in doing so, they can see through the eyes of birds and other animals. and so flying high as an eagle overhead. They saw you setting off, wandering along that road, and as they saw you getting into earshot of the telephone, they began to ring you to see if you would come here. And as the wizard continues to talk, they stand up from their chair while placing their teacup down on the table. They head around the back of the chairs, heading over to a large wall of books, skimming their finger across the books as if searching. Making an acknowledgement of discovery before plucking one of those books off the shelves. They carry the book back to the seat, still continuing to talk while flicking through that book and finding what they're looking for. And they talk about how there was a dwarven realm, and one of the access points to that realm was in the furthest reaches of these woods. And then a wizard, a long time ago, cast a spell, sealing the portal to that dwarven realm, preventing them from accessing this world, and from us accessing theirs. And in doing so, locking off a huge amount of knowledge and wisdom. But only the right person has the power to reopen that portal. And you are that person. You have the qualities you need, and unknown to you, you have the lineage that's required. And they can recognize it in you straight away, something in your eyes, in your mannerisms, in the way that you speak and focus your attention. And while they're talking, they're pointing at points in the book. And they're saying everything in their own words. But you can tell that they're talking about what it is that they're reading. They say they'd like your help to reopen that portal, and in doing so it'll reopen all the other portals that were closed at the same time in all the other locations. It will allow beings from both worlds to interact and communicate once more. It just requires you to go to the portal, perform a magical spell at the portal, and a small ritual, and then the portal should open, and they turn to a page in this old dusty book that shows an ancient map of this woodland. They point to where this cabin is on that map, and there are no paths marked on the map. As you take a look at that map, you try and see any landmarks that could help you to know when you're heading in the right direction. And the wizard tells you the direction of travel, that as long as you're heading in the direction, then you should find your way. And they then say that they've got an idea to help you further. They close their eye. They rest their hands around the teapot. They begin to deeply and comfortably chant a magic spell. And some faint blue steam comes out the spout of the teapot. And a gentle bubbling can be heard within the teapot. And then, while seemingly staying in the same trance that they entered to perform that magic spell, they pour out another cup of tea for you, and you can see the top of the tea has fizzing, popping light. They tell you to drink that tea, and that on doing so, it'll infuse within you, and you'll feel an instinctive knowing when you're pointing in the direction of your destination. And so that'll help you to find where you're going. And so you drink that tea, and it takes you a little while. And so while drinking, the two of you just chat. And after drinking, you set off from the cabin. You try and recall the direction you need to go. You begin walking in that direction, and there are no paths in this direction. And you can feel that instinctive sensation that you're going the right way. And while walking through this woodland, there are birds singing softly, the occasional hoot of an owl reverberating among the trees. The pulsing of the rustling of the leaves as the wind blows a breeze, sometimes stronger, sometimes the breeze almost comes to a standstill. You weave yourself around trunks of trees. The rough feeling of the bark beneath your fingertips. Different types of trees dotted through the woodland, each with its own unique scent. The smell of pine, the smell of oak, the scent of the undergrowth. And while you continue to walk, so the day continues to plod on towards night. And so as the sun begins to set beyond the woodland, you stop and set up a camp. You clear a space. You dig a pit and create a small campfire. You light that campfire and have yourself something to eat and drink. You make a shelter from some branches and leaves. You place many leaves down in your shelter. Add some smooth padding. And after eating and having something to drink, you tuck yourself into your shelter and listening to the sounds of nature around you and feeling so deeply relaxed, you drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning you awaken feeling so refreshed and revitalized. And very little direct sunlight makes it into the woodland, but the glow within the woodland gets lighter and lighter as the sun continues to rise. And a mist within the woodland gradually dissipates, rising up through the trees, revealing the depth of the woodland once more. You clear everything away, continue on your journey, and you instinctively know the right direction to go. And as you continue walking, so you faintly hear the distant sound of flowing water. And you know that at one point during this journey, you have to follow a stream and then cross over just before the stream turns for you to remain on track. And so you begin to head towards that sound of flowing water. Until eventually you arrive at the stream, and this stream cutting through the woodland allows a bit more light from overhead, and you can notice along the edge of the stream the fluffy patches of grass and other wildflowers, making the most of this light here. And you follow the stream, the air smelling fresher near this water. And just at the point the stream begins to turn, you know that's your cue to cross. And so you give a little leap to the other side of the stream. Continue on your journey. The sound of the stream gradually fading into the background behind you. And it's still quite a walk back through this woodland, sheltered from the sunlight overhead, still feeling yourself being on the right direction. Until eventually that feeling becomes so overwhelmingly strong, you know you're about to arrive where you need to be. And you see this grand old oak tree within this woodland, with its gnarled trunk, looking like it's straining under the weight of its canopy, like it's been holding that canopy up for centuries. You clear a space in front of that old oak. You mix up a small potion, following the instructions you were given, and you begin the ritual. You begin to say the magic spell, pausing at the points you need to pause, to drink some of that drink, and the drink and the spell help connect you with a different frequency, a frequency between realms that allows you to start to see that portal before you. It begins to form on the trunk of that old oak tree, like a slightly glowing, pulsing, electric blue, swirling tunnel that seems to be blocked off, like there's a door trapped over the front of it, and chains wrapped around that door. And you know that this is only a psychic representation to help you to understand this portal is currently trapped shut. There isn't really a door and chains blocking the portal. It's really magic which is preventing the portal from opening. And so you continue on with the magic spell. And as you do, you see those chains begin to glow brighter and brighter, from electric blue through to white, before appearing like they're becoming brittle and then breaking and falling from the door and the trunk. And the planks blocking the portal can be heard to splinter and crack before shattering and falling away. And the large wooden door blocking the portal begins to crack and splinter, until that too explodes and disintegrates, and with a whir and a hum, the portal leaps to life, almost like a whirlpool suddenly created, where you see that increase in depth very quickly, as if sucked into the tree, into a nothingness, and a shimmering occurs around the outside of the portal. And then you see a flash of light in the heart of the portal, as if the other end of the portal is connected with the realm it was opening to. And then you see somebody through the portal, peering in, and they're wearing a red hat, green clothes. They seem short, but well built and strong. And one of those people steps through the portal. And although when you look through the portal they look so far away, like they're at the end of a long tunnel, when they step through, it's like they're just stepping through a doorway. And as they step through, so they look around, with a big smile on their face, looking up and around the landscape. They see you, engaging in that ritual and that magic spell. They come over as you finish the spell, and the portal's now open. And they reach and grab your hand and shake your hand and thank you for opening the portal. And then you see more come through, and they say that the other portals have also opened. The two realms are now reconnected again. They can come back to bringing magic to this world and sharing knowledge between the realms. And they invite you to a party in the realm of the dwarves to celebrate the opening of the portals. They take you through the portal to a land which seems strange, where trees seem to grow upside down, where everything is a slightly different colour to what you would expect. Where the gravity here seems to make you feel heavier than the gravity where you've come from. And they build a massive bonfire. They place log seats around the bonfire. They cook up a massive barbecue and have a feast fit for a king, as they celebrate your help in opening up those portals. And you engage in that feast. And different dwarves come and sit next to you and share their knowledge and wisdom and answer your questions about dwarven society, about this place here, about their history, until eventually it's getting late and they let you stay with them for a while, and the next day you head back through the portal. You set off early, finding your way through the woodland. You head back to the wizard. You tell them about how you've helped. The wizard already knows. And they say they hope that you have a great rest of your holiday. You head back to the village. And back at the village, you're greeted as if you're some kind of a hero. As if somehow everyone here knew who you were, what you've just been and done. And you head to the bread and breakfast. You head to bed, settling down so comfortably on your bed, feeling a deep sense of sleep waft over you. So happy to be in an incredibly comfortable bed, rather than sleeping on the ground. And pondering the experience you've had. You drift and float, so deeply relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips relax, the nostrils gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1, as a final wave of relaxation, pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. and you wake up one morning in faraway cottage, Slumber resting in the bed beside you. You say good morning before getting out of bed, making your bed and tucking your teddy Slumber comfortably into the bed. And the daylight is gently glowing through the closed curtains. You head over to the curtains. Reach forward and open those curtains. First, lightly taking hold of one curtain, the fabric between your fingers, the weight of that curtain hanging down. And as you pull the curtain slowly and gently open, it slides across the curtain pole, the rings tapping softly against each other. Once open, you place a magnetic curtain tie around the curtain and take a moment to neaten the curtain up. Before opening the curtain on the other side, repeating the process slowly and carefully, sliding the curtain open, the sound of the curtain sliding across the curtain rail, the rings tapping against each other, placing a magnetic curtain tie around the curtain before smoothing and neatening it up. The light of day filling your bedroom. You head downstairs to the kitchen to make yourself something to eat and drink. Carry that through to the living area where you sit in the most comfortable chair to have your breakfast. And this is your first morning living in faraway cottage here in Velwyn on the northern coast of Terramesir. Songbirds sing softly in the early morning sun just beyond an open window. The net curtain over the window waving gently in the slight cool breeze as it finds its way into faraway cottage. After eating breakfast, you prepare to head outside. You arrived at your new home here in Velwyn yesterday, so you haven't really explored the area. You walked through the forest valley and across the meadows down to the coast to get to Velwyn. Arriving at the town centre, finding your way from the town centre to your home, a short walk from the centre of Velwyn, but you haven't explored anywhere else yet. You say goodbye to Slumber before picking up your bag and heading out of your cottage, walking through your front garden to the gate, opening the latch on the gate clanking as it closes behind you, then setting off to explore for a while. You look at a map of the area and see that there's a nearby lake. So you turn left out of your gate, following the road around in the opposite direction. You look at a map of the area and you see that there's some nearby countryside. So you turn left out of your gate, following the road around in the opposite direction to the walk into town. You meander along this road, passing other cottages, each one well spread out from each other and each with their own unique style. After a short walk, you reach the end of the road where you see a stile. You climb over that stile, following a path into open countryside. An eagle gracefully circles high overhead, its wings spread, the tips moving slightly in the air currents, as the scent of wildflowers wafts through your senses. Each footstep slicing delicately through the grasses. Butterflies and bees flitting from plant to plant. Songbirds singing in the bushes. The warmth of the morning sun tingling gently on your cheeks. A tree standing tall in the middle of the meadow draws your attention to its shade. You continue to walk through the meadow over to the tree, the leaves rustling softly overhead, shadows dancing underneath. The bark of the tree is smooth, cool and dark brown, with a slight spongy texture, perfect for resting back against. You sit on the ground at the foot of the tree, noticing some vibrant green songbirds with triangular yellow beaks darting around among the branches of the tree, singing the most melodious tunes in their moments of pause, when they settle for a while on a branch, before flitting around some more, occasionally dropping down to the ground, picking up a twig or two, or a beak full of grasses, before flying that up into the tree to work on their nest. Resting your back against the tree, you take a book from your bag, shift about a little to make sure you're as comfortable as you can be, and begin to read. You read a tale about a girl and her unicorn friend. The girl, Esmeralda, befriended the unicorn a few months earlier. She'd set off from her home, carrying a wicker basket, foraging for fruit, skipping joyfully into the dark wood. She always found herself mesmerized by the dancing shards of light piercing down through the canopy overhead, with particles floating and glinting in the light. Within the dark wood were small patches of wildflowers and grasses, where ancient trees once stood but had now fallen and returned to the earth. in some cases, trunks of trees could be seen in various states of decay as nature reclaims the trees. Other times the trunks had recently fallen, and so she could sit on the trunk when she takes a break from exploring. And other times the trunks had completely disappeared, leaving a beautiful, small, meadow-looking space within the dark woodland. These areas were like oases of colour within an otherwise dark wood. The light in these spaces was almost magical. A soft, almost ethereal glow, where the edges of the light were frayed by the myriad of leaves on the trees around the outside of the spaces, and shimmering slightly as that light passed through water vapour rising from the surrounding trees. With the lighting often indirect due to the height of the trees, only catching direct sunlight at certain times of the year when the sun was high overhead. And one day, in one such clearing, Esmeralda saw a unicorn grazing in the glow of the sun, its hair glistening like 1,000,000 diamonds. She noticed that this unicorn had a damaged and blunted horn, with the end third of the horn hanging off, still attached to the rest of the horn, like a snapped branch hanging from the rest of the branch on a tree. The injury exposing the nerves and flesh which grows on the inside of a unicorn's horn. Esmeralda slowly and carefully walked into the clearing, each footstep a gentle crunch underfoot. The unicorn looked up slightly, still chewing on a mouthful of grasses, but it didn't run. It let her get closer and closer, to the point she was able to rest her hand on the side of its neck. She carefully touched its horn. The unicorn flinched. She did an instinctive sympathy flinch, as if she felt some of the pain that unicorn felt. Esmeralda said softly, "Let me help you." She carefully reached for the horn, cutting the end of it fully off. And the outside of the horn is like dense intertwined strands of hair, forming a tough structure, and so removing the bit of horn that was hanging off is no different than cutting your hair or fingernails. The bigger issue was the open wound at the end of what was left of the horn. Esmeralda gathered up some plants and herbs from the surrounding area and broke off the bark of a specific nearby tree. With another tree, she pierced the bark and gathered some of the thick, white, gloopy sap which flowed from the hole in the bark. She placed all of this into a small pot, heated it gently over a campfire which softened the sap before removing it from the heat, resting the pot on a large stone, and using a pestle, she crushed and ground up the mixture to turn it into a paste before returning it to the heat. As the mixture heated up, so it thickened again, giving off the sweetest scent. She removed it from the heat, let it cool just a little, before asking and gesturing for the unicorn to lower its head. The unicorn seemed to know what was going on and did as they were asked, allowing Esmeralda to apply the ointment to the wound. She carefully smeared it over the end of the horn, over the open wound. The unicorn flinched in pain but allowed her to continue. She applied the white paste fully within the wound and around the edges of the horn. As the mixture continued to cool, so it firmed up and stuck fast to the unicorn's horn, taking on the texture of rubber, protecting the end of the horn with that healing ointment. It would take a few weeks for the unicorn's horn to grow over the wound before gradually taking back its shape. But in the meantime, the wound would be protected and healing promoted by the mixture. Esmeralda gently petted the unicorn on the side of the neck while reassuring them that they'd be fine. She named the unicorn Flint. Esmeralda continued to gather fruit, now joined by Flint. Wherever Esmeralda went, Flint followed, and the two of them became best friends, having many adventures together. Esmeralda was still often expected to head out to gather fruit and herbs, but Flint would often join her. There were times when they'd get distracted by a mystery and go explore. Unknown to most, but unicorns can grow wings and fly. They just need to breathe in pixie dust. Breathing in pixie dust sends a pulse of sparkling light down through the unicorn's body, which gathers near the shoulders of the unicorn before the light spreads out, initially forming the scaffold of the wings, like a skeleton made of light, which then fills in to be wings of light, which feel as soft to the touch as bird wings and feathers. As unicorns set off to fly, they pick up speed to a gallop and then launch into the air on an ever-changing bridge made from specks of light, which appear before the unicorn and fade behind it. You read their latest adventure as you rest beneath the tree, losing awareness of your surroundings as you delve deeper and deeper into the book. As you read, so the sun continues its journey across the sky, with the clouds telling their own stories, marching slowly and quietly as they blend from scene to scene. As the sun bathes the meadow in the golden light of the afternoon, so you stop reading, place a bookmark into the book, and grab a snack and drink from your bag. While eating, some inquisitive songbirds drop down to the ground, a short distance away from you, cocking their heads and hopping about a little, as if to try to get your attention and food. Their eyes looking at the food as you bring it up to your mouth, take a bite and then lower it back down again. You break off a bit of the food and throw it for the birds. They tentatively hop to the food, pecking off some of that food before hopping back away from you again. You smile gently as those birds nibble at the food, continuing to eat your food. And after eating, you wipe your hands and prepare to continue reading. The birds are getting a little more brave now, hopping closer to you. You softly apologize to them, stating you don't have any more food left, and open the book, removing the bookmark, placing that bookmark into the front of the book and continuing to read. The birds potter around you for a while in the hope of getting some more food, and when this isn't forthcoming, they eventually disperse back into the trees and bushes. By the time you finish the final pages of the book, the sun is creeping below the horizon and the inky darkness of night is filling the sky. You pack everything away into your bag and head home. And once home, you say hello to Slumbear, place the book onto your shelves and decide to wander into town to Grandpa's bookshop to find another book to read before bed. The street lights glow the most delicate orange, the light reflecting off of damp cobblestones, horse and cart clopping over the cobbles, the sounds of people milling around, most heading to the taverns. You walk to Grandpa's bookshop, the front of the shop emitting a cosy glow, the bell above the door tringing as you enter. Each footstep within the shop is the quietest dull pat on the rugs. Dust motes hanging in the air around the soft lamplights, stirred by your movement through the shop, Grandpa relaxing, reading a book in a comfy seat near the till. Grandpa welcomes you back, asks how you're settling into your new home. You share how peaceful and pleasant it is over at Faraway Cottage. You talk about wandering into the nearby meadow today, sitting underneath the old tree and reading the book you picked up from here yesterday. You've now finished reading that book, and so you want to find something else to read. You look around the shop, checking the different sections. You find a curious book, In Memory of Water. Grandpa explains that this is a really interesting and curious book. It's about a hilltop village where water contains memories that can be revealed in puddles. You decide to purchase that book. Grandpa is excited for you to read it and looks forward to discussing the book with you in the future. You pack the book into your bag and head home. Once home, you place the book on the kitchen counter and begin to make some food for dinner. The scents of the food wafting through your home, making your mouth water. You sit in the living space, eating that food, listening to some soft music, and feeling deeply relaxed. After eating, you carry the book over to your chair. You sit in the chair and begin to read that new book. And it doesn't take you long to start to feel sleepy, for your eyes to want to gently close. So you tidy up downstairs and turn the lights off. You head upstairs and get ready for bed. You head into your bedroom. Sit on the bed, move Slumberland over a little. Tuck yourself into the bed, sitting back against the cushions for a while as you read in bed for a bit. Before sleep begins to descend upon you, and so you close the book. You place that down on a small table beside the bed. You tuck yourself down into the bed. Turn off the light. Say goodnight to Slumberland. And drift so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you. As I count down from 10 to 1, with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. Seven. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing. helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. Maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself on the most peaceful morning, just before the sun creeps into view, walking through a mist-filled meadow. The mist wrapping around your ankles like water on the calmest seashore. The tops of spindle-like stems of wild flowers carrying flashes of colour out of the mist. Colour carefully being painted across the morning sky. The sound of each footstep seemingly held within the mist as morning songbirds wake from their slumber, singing notes of joy to the morning sun. Each step that you take through the viscous mist makes the mist slowly swirl around your legs. In the distance, you can see a family of deer grazing, their noses disappearing into the mist as they enjoy the moist grass hidden beneath the undulating milky white layer. As the first rays of sunlight creep up over the horizon, so the mist begins to evaporate. Soft, fuzzy clouds rising gently into the air, slowly revealing the landscape, bathed in the golden light of morning. In the heart of the meadow is the most beautiful raggedy old tree that Looks like it's stood on this spot for an eternity. Branches growing in every direction, crisscrossing each other, a dense canopy of leaves and thick, slightly bulbous trunk, as if the tree has started to sag under a lifetime of holding up its own weight. You walk towards the tree, the mist still dispersing. As you approach, you can hear a soft bell-like hum with the faintest twinkling sound which increases ever so slightly in volume the closer to the tree you get. Each time the wind delicately blows, the leaves on the tree rustle gently. The air is slightly cooler in the shade of the canopy, creating the calmest, cool breeze, cooled further by the tree's evapotranspiration. You reach out slowly, touching the bark of the tree with your fingertips, running your fingertips carefully around the trunk of the tree, feeling the rough yet slightly soft and cool texture of the bark. Noticing how it has a slightly squidgy feel to it, not solid and firm as you were expecting. In the coolness under the tree, as the sun continues to climb into the sky, you decide to stop and read a book. You sit down on the ground with your back against the trunk, take a book out of your bag and begin to read. And as you read, you have moments where you're so absorbed in the book you become unaware of the sound of the rustling leaves or the feeling of the cool breeze. From time to time, often at the end of chapters, you gaze up and look out across the landscape, noticing how it changes slightly as the sun continues to arch its way across the sky. The way shadows change shape, getting shorter as the sun climbs before lengthening again as the sun begins its descent once more. Watching the shadows of clouds glide silently across the landscape. You can find that as you read, so you become so absorbed in the story that you lose track of time. It feels almost like time stands still while reading. Yet real-world time is ticking along with its usual regularity. You notice that you're nearing the end of the book and so decide to keep reading to finish it. While you read, the sun continues to wander across the sky until the light begins to fade and the sound of crickets fill the meadow around the tree. Finally, after hours of absorbing yourself in the story, you read the end. And with a sense of satisfaction, you close the book run the palm of your hand over the back cover before placing the book back into your bag, noticing it's beginning to get dark. And as the last rays of sunlight fade behind the horizon, you decide to spend the night here under the tree. You grab your sleeping mat, which was rolled up and attached to your bag, and unfurl this across the ground. Before unrolling your sleeping bag across the mat, use your bag as a pillow, positioning this to rest your head on. You have something to eat and drink before settling down into your sleeping bag, absorbing yourself in the peacefulness of nature, listening to the rustling leaves overhead, the chirping crickets, and feeling the delicate breeze on your cheeks as you drift peacefully and comfortably asleep. And while you sleep, the faint humming and twinkling sound gets louder, to the point that you begin to notice it rousing you gently from your slumber. You begin to notice moving, almost sparkling light through your closed eyelids. Gradually, as you become more awake, you open your eyes and can see that within the darkness of night, the landscape around you seems to be sparkling with small orbs of light streaking across the meadow. The sparkling light seems to be emanating from this tree, almost pulsing with the hum of the tree, each sparkle of light making a twinkling sound as it moves. One of the flying orbs of light flashes close past you. You notice that it looks slightly fuzzy around the edges, then the orb flies back towards you again, this time hovering before you. As your eyes adjust to the light of the orb, you can see that it's a small fairy, its body glowing golden, sparkling light, twinkling and crackling gently around the body, the blur of their wings beating rapidly behind them. They carefully maneuver themselves closer to you and begin to talk with the softest voice. They seem surprised that you can see them. They're intrigued by this. They say that normally the world of fairies is invisible. You mention that as you got closer to this tree, you could hear that hum and twinkling sound, which is now louder than it was then. The fairy wonders whether there's something about you and how you process reality that means you're more likely to be able to perceive this reality. They explain how usually people can only perceive this reality through a specific deep meditation which synchronizes their brainwaves with the frequency of reality, allowing you to perceive what's always there but unseen or experienced. When you can perceive this reality, you can interact with it, and it can interact with you. What can't perceive this reality can't be interacted with. Perhaps you're already partially attuned to to the frequency of this reality, and as you fell asleep and stopped directing your attention to other things, your brain naturally synchronized. It's known that the brains of two people sharing each other's company end up synchronizing, so it isn't unreasonable to assume that the brain can't synchronize with other frequencies as well. You ponder for a moment what the fairy's telling you. You're curious how your brain's remaining synchronized even though you're now awake. The fairy invites you to follow her. You follow her through the meadow, walking among the sparkling light, seeing the meadow in a whole new and unexpected way. Each footstep you take leaves a patch of light behind which slowly fades. Looking behind you, you can see your trail of footsteps about 8 footsteps back, gradually fading. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You continue walking with the fairy, flying alongside you. She constantly flits around you, circling overhead, pulling back up next to your shoulder before flying around again. It's almost as if she has too much energy to fly slowly alongside you at the pace of your walking, so she feels the need to move around a lot while keeping nearby. The fairy guides you through the meadow to a narrow stream which cuts across in front of you. She flies down close to the water, her glow illuminating the water below. You crouch down to the water's edge, the gentle sound of that water lapping at your feet. You notice in the water, under the glow of the fairy, is a beautiful golden bracelet. You carefully reach into the cold stream water, lifting the bracelet from the bottom of the stream, pulling it carefully out of the sediment. The gold of the bracelet looking so pure, crisp and golden that it looks like it could have been made yesterday. The bracelet is dense and heavy with intertwined, plaited gold strands woven together and melted down at the ends of the weave into solid gold balls. The fairy suggests you try the bracelet on. As you place it onto your wrist, a pulse of light flashes from the bracelet and spreads out across the landscape. Around the meadow, you now notice the glow of window lights. You know that this meadow was in the middle of open, empty countryside. There wasn't a building for miles. You stand up and look around you. The fairy flies up to keep it about the height of your head. She's quiet, just flying with you, as if to give you time to figure things out for yourself, and to only share her thoughts or knowledge if asked for. You turn around slowly, looking in different directions. There seems to be multiple window lights in most directions. You begin to walk towards the largest cluster of lights, with the fairy flying alongside you. As you walk through the darkness of night among the sparkling light, you realize that the lights look like they're coming from a small town. You walk to the town, seeing people milling around from the buildings into the streets, heading to a communal campfire where people are sitting around singing and telling stories and beating on drums. The fairy explains that this is an echo of the past contained within the bracelet. It's of a time there was a Viking settlement in this location. Eventually, the Vikings moved on, but for a time, they made this place their home. You walk among the villagers, watching as they go about their business around you. You feel drawn to what looks like a forge at the far side of the town, where you see a woman pumping air into a fire and working with strands of gold. She's pulling the hot, pliable gold out, making it like a narrow, long string, twisting it and folding it over itself, then repeating this over and over again, gradually making that pliable gold like rope, before letting it cool a little so that it's still pliable but firmer. She shapes it into the shape of a bracelet around a wooden arm before melting and shaping the ends into balls of gold, and then using water to quickly cool that bracelet. After doing this, she removes the bracelet from the wooden arm and places it into the water to cool quicker. Once the bracelet's cool enough to be completely solid, she places it onto a shelf. You continue to explore this town, people watching, listening to their music, watching their dancing, feeling deeply connected to the atmosphere here, so absorbed in the experience. You're surprised when morning arrives. You feel that it's arrived so quickly. With morning, you watch as people buy food from different market stalls in the town and other items. You see a mother and daughter head to the woman who made the bracelet, and the mother gets the bracelet for the daughter and carefully places it on her wrist. And the smile on her daughter's face as she lifts her arm up and stares at the bracelet, glistening in the sun. The girl heads off to play in the nearby meadow with her friends. You watch as she goes to play before focusing your attention on one of the buildings which catches your eye. You head to the library. Walking into the library, the first thing you notice is the same thing you notice in most libraries: the stillness. All of the books absorb any reverberating sounds. You see a curious book on a plinth at the back of the library. As you approach, you notice that it has the faintest purple glow, with the letters and words on the pages also faintly glowing. You can't read the writing, it just looks like handwritten symbols to you. The fairy explains that this book you are drawn to is the book of nothingness. It contains the secrets to letting go. The fairy flies around you, sprinkling magical fairy dust over you. As you breathe in that fairy dust, you notice the symbols on the pages changing to a language you can understand. The fairy explains that they've placed a temporary universal understanding spell upon you. While the dust absorbs into you, you'll be able to read what the writing says, and will also be able to understand all things. But after a short period of time, the dust will finish absorbing into you and will dissipate through your body, and you'll lose this ability. You begin to read that book of nothingness. It teaches you that nothing is at the heart of everything. Before everything was nothing. After everything will be nothing. Between everything is nothing. Within everything is nothing. Outside of everything is nothing. Nothing brings peace and calm. Nothing brings clarity and focus. Nothing opens your mind to everything. Everything can't be anywhere without nothing there first to make space for everything to come later. As you read, so you gain a deeper and deeper understanding. With each word, you become increasingly absorbed in the experience, as if being drawn into the book. You start to have a sense of walking through an ornate door into a dark, serene room, where everything, including your footsteps, is silent. You walk through this room to another door that's less ornate but more magical. Through that doorway, you find yourself in a room that's so dark and peaceful that you can't see anything around you, just the faintest outline of a distant door. You walk to that door, a very basic door. You carefully open that door, walking into the room beyond the door, discovering that you can't even feel the floor beneath your feet. All you feel is like you're a mind floating in space, where there's no up nor down, no left nor right, no back nor forth, no past nor future, just here and now, just stillness. You absorb yourself in that stillness, as if drifting deeper and deeper into some profound understanding, happening outside of conscious awareness, before discovering that the magic is slowly wearing off, as the library begins to weave its way back into reality around you. You walk away from the book, continuing to look around the library, taking in the sights, sounds and smells of being in this space, surrounded by thousands of ancient manuscripts. After exploring the library, you head back out into the town. You see the girl who had the bracelet crying. She's describing how her and her friends were in the meadow playing. They're running around playing tag, running and splashing in the stream. They've been out playing in the meadow for a number of hours and even climbing that grand old tree. She describes how, as they were heading back to town, she noticed her bracelet was missing. They went back to search for it, checking through the meadow and walking along the side of the stream, looking in the stream, and even looking under the tree, but she couldn't find it. They'd been playing for hours, and in that time had covered a lot of the meadow, so she didn't know where it could have fallen off her wrist. You head over to the girl. She can't see you or interact with you. You take the bracelet off and place it on a log in front of the girl. As you take the bracelet off, so the town begins to fade around you and the darkness of night begins to return. But you notice that the bracelet, which is also fading for you, is appearing for the girl. You see her face light up as she notices and reaches for it, just as the experience fades from view and you find yourself in that meadow at night time, as if no time had passed. The fairy explains that there's more to reality than you realise. It's multi-layered and everything contains a memory trace of its history, and these memory traces can be observed and even occasionally interacted with. The fairy is as curious as you are about how you're managing to maintain your brainwave frequencies in sync with this reality. She decides to show you something. She guides you through the meadow again as you walk, so you leave behind those glowing footprints in the grass. She guides you back to the stream. You both follow that stream until it eventually begins to decline through small stepped waterfalls, weaving its way down through the landscape. You follow the stream as it flows downhill until it comes to a calm lake. You begin to walk around the outside of the lake, curious where the fairy's guiding you. After what felt like quite a long walk, the fairy stops at a large stone embedded within the grass. She asks you to lift the rock. It's heavy, but you manage this, noticing beneath the rock is a hollow, and in that hollow is what looks like a treasure chest. She tells you to open the chest, so you push the rock over out of the way, reach into the hollow, and with some effort you lift out that chest. You place the chest on the grass and take a look at it. It has what looks like steel around the edges, screwed into dark wood planks. There's a hole for a key, but no key. You try to lift the lid and see if you can find a way to open the chest, without any luck. You say to the fairy that without a key, you can't open the chest. The fairy says that things aren't always as they seem. Sometimes people just find themselves focusing on what they think they're supposed to be focusing on, without realizing that their focus should be elsewhere. You look closely at the chest, trying to understand and find an alternative way into it. You handle the front, the top, the sides, the bottom, pushing on various parts of the chest, trying to find any clue. As you push on the middle left panel, you notice it moves slightly, sliding a little. You don't know if this is just because the chest is old or something intentional. You notice it seems to be stuck in one location, and with a little effort it unlocks and slides until it becomes stuck in another location. You check the middle panel on the other side, and the same thing happens. So you move that over to the other location until it clicks into place. Then you try the lid again, and with very little effort and the slightest creak, it lifts open. Inside the chest is a large, ancient book with an ornate cover. You carefully run your fingertips over the front cover of the book and down the side of the book, noticing its weight just from your touch, your fingertips sliding gently over the page edges, feeling the rough texture of the paper. You carefully lift the heavy book from the chest and rest it on your lap before delicately opening the cover and handling the pages. The writing on each page is elaborate, detailed cursive, carrying with it the feeling and effort the author put into crafting this work. You can tell that this is writing, however, you can't actually read what any of it says. The fairy waves a wand and casts a spell over the book. You watch as the text on the book sparkles to life, shifting, moving, weaving like tiny strands of inky thread from the words they were making into words which you understand, as if all of the text within the book is being rewritten in a new language. As the strands of inky thread form new words and settle onto the pages, so the sparkling calms down until the whole book is rewritten into a new language, one that you can understand. You read the title on the first page, The Book of Secrets, before carefully turning the pages to the contents. The fairy tells you to find the harmonic resonance meditation. You turn to the page for that meditation and begin to read the instructions. It says that you need to cleanse your hands in some fresh, flowing water, bathe your face with the water, sit down on the ground, closing your eyes and taking some deep breaths, as if connecting yourself with the world around you, and then engage with the meditation process. You head over to the water's edge, lowering your hands into the lapping water, splashing and holding that water to your face before heading back to the book, sitting down beside the book, reading the steps of the meditation and then closing your eyes and following the instructions. The fairy continues to fly around you. As you do this, and with your eyes closed, you can notice the fairy's light through your closed eyelids as she moves. You focus on doing some deep, comfortable breaths, as if breathing in the world around you, connecting you with this place. The book describes this as synchronizing with the universal breath. Once you feel the connection forming, you move on to the next step in the meditation, paying close attention to the sounds around you and naming these to yourself until it becomes too much effort to continue to do. I can hear the occasional bird singing. I can hear the leaves of the trees rustling. I can hear the faint sound of the water lapping on the shore. I can hear the gentle sound of crickets. I can hear the hum of the fairy. I can hear the wind passing my ears. I can hear the grass moving in the breeze. I can hear each breath that I take. I can hear the occasional hoot of an owl. After naming everything you can hear to yourself, until it becomes too much effort, you move on to the next step, naming what you can feel. I can feel my bottom against the ground. I can feel my ankles touching. I can feel the movement of my chest with each in and out breath. I can feel the air as it passes through my nostrils with each breath. I can feel the slight movement of my eyes under the eyelids. I can feel the touch of the breeze on my cheeks. I can feel the weight of my hands resting in place. I can feel a sense of inner peace and calm. After naming everything you can feel, you move on to the next step, naming what you can see with your eyes closed. I can see the faint light of the fairy as she flies around me. I can see the faintest hint of the other lights around me. I can see subtle flashes of light. I can see faint shades of colour. I can see a gentle pulsing. As you continue to say what you see, something unusual happens. The faint shades of colour, the gentle pulsing, the subtle flashes all begin to form into something more, like the sun rising, revealing a hidden world you couldn't previously see. The world around you that you see in your mind becomes more and more vivid and clear, as awareness of your body sitting there and of sounds around you fade into the distance, replaced by the sights, sounds and sensations of being in this place. You notice that you're seated on a round, smooth, flat grey stone with strange markings around the outside. Beyond the stone are grey stone paths weaved through the most beautiful garden of what appears to be a monastery of some kind, with people slowly milling around, walking with purpose, mindful of every step that they take. Echoing through this experience is the low sound of a distant bell, likely within the building which seems to be the focal point of this space. Once the world around you seems to have fully formed and become a stable experience, you have a sense of standing up and walking through this new space. You walk out of the circle and follow one of the paths towards others who are walking around. As you get closer to these people, you notice that they all seem to be glowing slightly, as if somehow magical or connected with the light of this place, with that light weaved into the fabric of their being. Each of these beings is gently humming as they walk. You notice that each is humming with the same frequency. You follow the paths towards the main building. Seated cross-legged near the entrance to the building is a solemn-looking sprite meditating. They open their eyes as you approach and stand up, almost as if being pulled up like a marionette puppet. Without talking, they signal for you to follow them and begin to walk into the building. Their walk is so smooth it almost looks as if they're gliding across the ground. Inside the building, there's a deep, comfortable stillness and silence. The sprite lifts a large, heavy rug from the floor, folding the rug over to reveal a trapdoor. They take the iron, hooped handle, opening the trapdoor to reveal a staircase leading down deep under this building. As the door opens, so torches lining the staircase spontaneously burst to life, flickering with soft light, illuminating the path to be taken. The sprite gestures for you to descend the steps. You slowly and carefully descend, hearing the slight echo of each footstep from the wooden steps, dancing around the stone walls, the slight echo of the torch flames flickering along the walls. You descend 20, 19, 18, 17, curious what'll be down here, 16, 15, 14, 13, feeling a sense that this space is filled with magic and wisdom, ready to be absorbed, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. You begin to notice at the foot of the staircase is a dark arch, as if there's a large unlit room down there. 7, 6, 5, 4. As you descend closer to that space, you notice light flick on, the way the lights of the staircase flickered to life before you began your descent. 3, 2, 1. On reaching the bottom of the staircase, you walk into the newly illuminated space. The walls are lined with gold, which glistens and shines, helping to brighten the room and give the room a magical feel. In the heart of the room is a stone table, and on that table are what look like two precious stones, one green, one blue, a gold necklace and a chalice of water. Both stones are the same size. In the necklace is a space for a stone to attach. You handle both stones. They feel the same as each other, both smooth and cool to the touch, both weighing about the same. You see a riddle written before you. As above, so below. What lives returns to the land. You ponder the riddle for a few moments before getting an aha feeling of instinctive understanding. You place the green stone into the necklace. It clicks comfortably into place. You then place the blue stone into the chalice of water. It begins to fizz and dissolve into the liquid. As the stone finishes dissolving, an ethereal figure with the kindest eyes appears before you. They glisten, sparkle and crackle with light and energy, hovering just off the ground. Their voice is soft and gently echoey as they speak. They congratulate you on finding your way here and on solving the riddle. They explain that this is a choice point, one of those moments in time when you decide what path you'll take. They tell you that if you drink the liquid and wear the necklace, you'll forever be able to perceive and interact with the multiple layers of reality and all that this entails. If you decide not to drink the liquid and wear the necklace, but instead you turn around and walk away, then you'll be turning your back on this opportunity and your life will continue as normal. They explain that this opportunity has only presented itself because you already seem to have an affinity with this reality. Your brain is already wired to notice something others rarely notice. You slowly drink the liquid. It tastes like the freshest, most pure water you've ever had. You then place the necklace around your neck. And with this, the experience around you begins to fade. You find yourself back in the meadow, meditating. Following your experience, you open your eyes. The fairy says that they can tell what decision you made. As they fly near to you, so you can see the necklace around your neck, yet when they fly away from you, the necklace disappears. They say that it's a part of you now. You touch the top of your chest where you saw the necklace, and there's nothing there. They say that you now have the ability to see all layers of reality that very few people ever get to experience and interact with. The fairy spends a number of hours teaching you how to control your perception of realities, how to experience just your regular reality, how to change your state slightly to perceive this reality, how to see and interact with reality echoes. The fairy travels with you back to that old tree and says it's time for them to leave. You say your goodbyes before settling down again to sleep beneath that tree. You quickly drift into the deepest, most pleasant sleep. The next morning, you wonder if it was all just a dream. You test out what you were taught about changing state slightly. As you do, so you notice that other reality return. You then change state again, and that reality fades from your experience. Realizing the experience was real, you head home, curious about how this will shape your future, how you see and interact with the world around you. You head to bed, feeling that there's nothing better than when you get home from being away and have the opportunity to relax down in the comfort and familiarity of your own bed. And you easily and effortlessly drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage, passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more onto what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation, pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into this story, there's a gnome who's wandering through their garden. And as they wander through their garden, listening to the distant sound of flowing water in the pond, the sounds of birds around them, feeling the sensation of the breeze on their cheeks. They smell an unusual scent. It doesn't smell like the scent of a flower they're familiar with. And they close their eyes and take some deep breaths in through their nose. They move their head around as they smell, to try and pinpoint where the smell is coming from. They follow their nose around the garden. They walk past the roses, the scent of the roses dominating in this area of the garden. They walk nearer to the pond. Water giving the air a slight fresh scent. They walk past other shrubs, picking up on the different scents, none of which are that strange scent that they can smell. They find their way through their garden to the gate at the end of their garden. They pass through that gate, still following their nose. They walk along the side of their garden. The scent getting stronger and stronger, and this strange scent isn't an unpleasant one. In fact, it's a very pleasant fragrance. It's just unfamiliar. And as they wander round the outside of their garden, following their nose in search of that scent, I think they spot what it is they're seeking. There appears to be some unusual flowers growing beneath a tree. They walk over towards that tree, a grand tree, a sturdy trunk, bushy leaves overhead, rustling in that gentle breeze. And the plants under the tree, hidden just into the shade, seem to almost be glowing ever so slightly. And as the gnome gets closer and closer, they notice that those plants have thick stems, and within their stems are glowing globules of light rising up through the stems and then falling back down again, as if each stem was a narrow lava lamp. And each time one of the globules of light reaches the tip of the stem, a slight puff of mist sparkles from the top of the flower, and that seems to carry with it that pleasant, strange scent. And the gnome gets closer and closer to take a look. And as they get very close and wiggle their nose above the plants and waft gently with a hand, it's as if that scent tickles their senses, tingling within their nose. It begins to shift their consciousness, like a Trojan horse sneaking in to their mind, lured in by the pleasantness of that scent. They sit down on the grass, a short distance from that tree. They close their eyes. They allow themselves to be drawn into that shift in consciousness. They imagine in their mind's eye those globules of light rising up the inside of the stems before falling back down again, as if bringing well-being, peace and harmony to the flower at the top, while taking away any stress and carrying that down to the roots, passing that down into the ground, making the plant at the top so pure and fresh, so pleasant. And in their mind, as their consciousness shifts, they see a second plant in their mind's eye, then a third, then a fourth, each one following the same process. With the gnome almost feeling like they're surrounded by these lava tubes. And they notice in their mind's eye that the petals of the plants begin to hum and whistle the most pleasant and delicate tune. As the tops of the plants sparkle and shimmer, and they feel themselves drawn deeper and deeper into the experience. They notice themselves drifting away from an awareness of their surroundings into the inner experience. And as they drift deeper into the experience, so the plants part and move aside. They see a landscape stretched out before them. They stand up. They begin to walk across this landscape, a little way through the meadow is a grey, ragged rock, and sitting on that rock is what looks like a handmade envelope. And they walk over towards that rock. They reach down. They carefully pick up that envelope, feeling the weight of the letter, the movement of the envelope, the way the air catches it as they turn it in their fingers. They move that envelope carefully in front of their nose. They smell that this envelope is delicately perfumed. The back of the envelope they can see has been so carefully sealed. The writing on the front is the most beautiful handwritten script. They run their fingertips gently across the envelope, feeling the texture of the paper. Run their fingers across the edges of this envelope, feeling the smoothness of those edges. They hold the envelope up to the light and can see the shadow of the letter inside. They go to put the envelope back down on the stone, curious whether they should just leave it there or what they should do with it. But as they go to lower that envelope, they hear a soft whistle that draws their attention. Before noticing, the whistle fades into the sound of a million twinkling, sparkling lights rising from that stone. Almost like the most delicate firework spraying light up into the air. The slightest hiss. Looking down at that stone as the sparkling light recedes. They see written in chalk on the stone, "Take this letter in the direction of delight. And you'll know where to go. And deliver this letter to the one who should read it." And the gnome carefully places the letter into a bag. They set off in the direction of the sun, walking through the landscape. They follow that sun as it passes across the sky. They watch as it begins to slide itself delicately down behind the horizon. tucking itself away for the night. And as it does, they take this moment to stop and rest, and they wonder if they're following delight. How does that work? Because if they follow it from first thing in the morning, they'll be walking one direction. If they follow it last thing at night, they will have walked in another direction. If they follow it all day, they'll be walking in a strange route where they're permanently changing direction as they go. And at this time of year, the sun passes largely overhead. So once midday has passed, it seems to almost pass in a straight line. They wonder who this letter is for, how far they'll have to walk. They rest their head back on their bag, gazing up at the stars overhead. Relaxing on that grass, feeling the cool breeze as evening turns to night. As they drift peacefully asleep, and while they sleep they dream, and as they dream about exploring a bakery. And they're looking at the products on sale in this bakery. And they find what looks like a jar of jam. Only when they open the jar, it's filled with starlight. They dream of spreading that starlight onto a scone, applying the cream, eating that scone and starlight. And then noticing that starlight passing through their body, tingling its way out to the tips of their fingers and toes, buzzing its way through to each and every hair follicle, almost making the hair seem static. And then gradually the light dissipates within them, almost as if infused within them. They leave that bakery, and they notice as they walk that they give off a slight glow, almost directed by their own light. And they notice that light seems to be focused on their heart, emanating so gently from their heart. And they gradually drift and float deeper and deeper asleep. And on awakening, from the most healing, recuperative sleep. They feel a warmth in their heart. They take the envelope. They hold it up near their chest. They have this sense they're supposed to follow their heart. It almost creates a connection between their heart and that letter. And they feel delight pulsing gently from their heart as they walk, setting off again through the meadow. The heart seeming to almost sing and pulse and hum with a deep and comfortable energy. They walk through the landscape, admiring the birds they see. Rabbits gnawing on grass. Deer chewing away on that grass. Following the sensations and the light of their heart. Eventually finding their way down to a river, walking along the edge of the riverbank. The water lapping gently on the shore, following a footpath that veers from the edge of the river into some woodland. The glow of their heart even more noticeable in the dim surrounding of the trees. The sounds softly rustling and muted. The breeze calming here in the trees. Aware that it's starting to get darker and darker again on another day. But the darker it gets, the brighter the light from their heart shines, illuminating the way ahead. And so they continue to walk. And as they walk, they spot the most beautiful wildflowers. They pick a bunch of those wildflowers, continuing to walk through this woodland. Until eventually they see some lights in the distance. Continuing on through the woodland towards those lights. The lights of a cabin becoming clearer and clearer. They arrive at that cabin, knock softly on the door. The light from their chest guiding them to this point. They wait for a moment. Before a fairy answers the door. The gnome takes that letter from their bag and says that I think this is for you, and the gnome explains the story, explains about seeing that letter on a rock and then seeing the writing on the rock and then following delight of their heart all the way here. The fairy thinks the gnome, takes the letter and invites the gnome in. Gestures for the gnome to sit on the most comfortable chair near a fireplace. She makes the gnome a drink, says you must be thirsty from your journey. The gnome accepts the drink, and then the fairy sits in the chair opposite, carefully opens the letter, the gentle ripping sound of the paper as the envelope is opened. She unfolds the letter inside and silently begins to read that letter. And the gnome watches as she smiles and holds the letter close to her. A slight sparkling like diamonds form around her eyes. Folding the letter and placing it back in the envelope. Placing that down on the table beside her seat. Saying that the letter brings good news, but not really elaborating. And the gnome and the fairy chat for a little while as the gnome drinks his drink. And it's now quite late, so the fairy asks if the gnome would like a room made up for them to spend the night. They spend the night settling down in that room, drifting so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, feeling the sparkling of the light from their chest dissipating and fading. Now their task is done. And the next morning, having slept so peacefully and soundly through the night, the gnome awakens. They smell a breakfast being prepared. The fairy greets them at the kitchen, offers them some breakfast and a drink. And the gnome packs a bottle of water for their journey, eats that breakfast, and says they'll set off back the way they came. They don't fully know where they're going. And the fairy has so much to look forward to. They say that they're excited and they've got preparations to make. And the gnome says goodbye. Sets off back the way they came, walking through that woodland, fortunately in daytime for the return journey. Now they no longer of the light of their heart guiding them. As the day gets later and later, so they stop, relax, drift and float peacefully asleep before continuing their journey the next day, finding their way back to the meadow they started in, seeing those flowers there, walking back through the flowers and sitting down, and then feeling an overwhelming urge to lie down and drift asleep. Before awakening near that tree, curious about the experience that unfolded for them. Noticing those flowers have now started to wither, as if they've now done their job, and the day seems so peaceful and calm, like very little time has passed. And the gnome is curious about those flowers and decides they'll try to find more information about them, try and learn what they were, before heading back into their garden. They sit down in their garden for a while, reading a book, enjoying the evening sun. And as it gets later and later and the air begins to get a little chilly, they head into their home. They make themselves some food and drink, sit and enjoy that food and drink. Before going and looking in their library, finding a book of old plants and searching for that plant that they saw. They can't find the plant in the book. They try to think of other books to search. Eventually they see the plant in a book of myths and legends. They see that the plant is the call of the fairies. When fairies require additional assistance to do tasks, like carrying messages they can't carry for themselves because they're not present, they can lure other beings, and a curious being will carry out their task. And with that, the gnome smiles and closes the book. They wonder who the sender of the letter was and whether the excitement on the fairy was that that sender was due to visit. And the gnome heads to bed. And they relax down in bed, feeling so deeply comfortable, and so easily and so effortlessly they drift and float asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead, and with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the side of the neck, front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep and comfortable massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, 6, and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and you focus and allow your mind to drift inside onto what's going on in your mind. Perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you sleep, so the fairy is in their home, and they're cooking a meal. You can notice the food hissing and popping and bubbling away as they cook. The fragrances of the herbs used, the other ingredients, the scent of the cooking wafting through their home. And that scent is wafting through the home and then infusing itself within the walls of the mushroom in which they live. And once they've cooked their food, they plate that food up. They take the plate of food to the most comfortable chair, sitting down in that chair with what resembles a fireplace beside them, only instead of fire, this sparkling, twinkling light, pulsing, undulating, giving off a gentle warmth that permeates through the living space. And they really take time to savour that meal, enjoying the meal. And after finishing their meal, they head through their home into their library. And the library is down a spiral staircase to a basement level of their home, and the curved walls of this space, floor to ceiling with books, And attached to the shelves of books is a ladder on wheels. And so the fairy moves that ladder 3/4 of the way round the room, sound of the ladder rolling along the runners, the wheels rolling along the floor, with a gentle squeak with each revolution. Getting the ladder to where they need it. Before ascending that ladder and taking a large book from one of the shelves. And it's a bit of a struggle, the weight of the book, but they carry that book down the ladder. And within this library space is the most comfortable sofa, and they lounge back on that sofa, open the book on their lap and begin to read. And each page that they turn gently glistens and sparkles, as if this book is infused with magic. And while reading this book, they're reading about an old legend. A legend set on a distant planet. A planet which can only be accessed by magic. And on this planet was a young rabbit. And the rabbit was out in the fields on the planet, collecting strawberries. Occasionally they'd eat one of those strawberries, mouth watering, the sweet taste gently infusing with their taste buds and tingling through them to the tips of their fingers and the end of their nose. And they collected an entire basket full of strawberries. They headed back into their burrow, placed the strawberries to one side, sat down comfortably in their burrow. The space here so cozy, just a gentle, soft, flickering light. Tones of browns. The air very still, just the right temperature for a deep sense of comfort. And the rabbit sat there carving a small palm-sized sculpture out of wood. Carefully slicing off layers of wood, gradually shaping that wood, sometimes getting some sandpaper and smoothing bits out, having an idea in their mind of what this little sculpture should look like, and removing what isn't necessary. Once they carved that wooden sculpture, they blew the excess dust off of the sculpture, gave it one last sanding down to make sure it was smooth, and it looked like a small person. They cut some material up to make a small cloak, a flowing purple cloak. They placed that cloak around the neck of that small carved person. They then poured a small amount of oil onto that carving, and it carefully infused with the sculpture, darkening the wood. They then placed that in a corner and settled down and fell asleep. And the next morning, they woke up, they ate a few strawberries, and they saw that the small sculpture had come alive. And with this small sculpture, they set off out of the burrow. They walked through a meadow and into ancient woodland that was filled with gnarled trees. With lichen, mosses, and ivy hanging off of branches. Mushrooms growing out of fallen down trunks of trees. Birds singing and echoing through the woodland. Squirrels darting around the trees. And the small man followed the rabbit. As the rabbit guided them deeper and deeper into the woodland. And the rabbit explained that they're needed for a mission. And took them through this woodland until eventually they arrived at a cabin. And the rabbit could see that in the cabin was a wizard. And the rabbit was very quiet and told the small man to be very quiet too. They watched, seeing the wizard through the window pottering around inside their cabin. And the rabbit said, "We'll stay here until he leaves." And after quite some time, the wizard eventually opened the door to the cabin, throwing over a cape around their neck, pulling that around them for warmth, closing the door behind them as they set off away from the cabin. And the rabbit said, "Now's our time." And together they headed to that cabin. And in the door of the cabin was a small cat flap. And they carefully snuck through the cat flap, walked across the wooden floor, trying to avoid the loose floorboards, seeing that cat sleeping on a thick rug in front of the fireplace. They crept across the floor, all the way to the back of the cabin, found their way into a room at the back of the cabin, shimmied up the side of a table, and on the table was an ornate music box. And the rabbit carefully opened the music box. And then turned the handle on the side of the music box. And as that wound up, so the rabbit could feel the tension building in the handle, they then took a pebble from a bag. They handed it to the small person. They said, "Place this pebble on that lever over there," gesturing to a lever at the back of the music box. And as the pebble was placed on the lever pushed down. And a woman in the music box began to dance. The rabbit said, "You need to dance with the woman." And so the little man went over to the dancing woman, watched for just a moment, for the right moment to join in the dance, then took hold of the hand gently, propping it in his hand, put his other hand behind her waist, moving in at the rate and speed as she was moving, straightened his back, pulled their waists together, watched her feet, and in time with the music, danced with the woman, losing himself in the moment, absorbed in that dancing, absorbed in the music. And the man danced with the woman all the way through to the end of the dance, which ended with the two of them on a certain point within the music box. And something about their combined weight, the fact that they had both done this dance together, made the music box sound like a lock just unlocked. Some mechanism shifted, and a drawer on the front of the music box opened up. And the rabbit took a small scroll of paper from that music box, read that scroll of paper before rolling it back up again, putting it back in the drawer, closing the drawer, asking the small man to come with them to climb off the music box, closing the music box and removing the pebble, and together sneaking back out of this cabin. And once back outside the cabin, the rabbit explains that contained, locked inside the music box, was a secret message about how to find a deep sense of connection with others. And they've been looking for love, and they hoped that that connection spell, that scroll teaching about connection, might help them to be able to find someone to share their life with. But to access the scroll, they needed to access the music box. And that could only be done if the lady in the box experienced connection. And so, when she experienced that connection and completed the dancing, the drawer slid open. And the rabbit had memorized what was on the scroll and said they have to get some specific ingredients. And so they head away from that cabin, going deeper and deeper into the woods. And deep in the woods, the rabbit starts picking certain ingredients, different herbs, different plants, taking some gratings of the bark of certain trees. Before heading off back to their home, back into their burrow. Cooking up that potion, drinking the potion, and then falling asleep. And when they awaken the next day, so the oil infused in the wooden man has dried out, and the consciousness has drifted from that wooden man, and they're back to just being an inanimate carving. And the rabbit doesn't know if they feel any different. They head out of their burrow. They head off into the fields to see the other rabbits. They decide to test to see if the potion has worked. They hop over near some other rabbits. They say hello to those rabbits. The rabbits engage back, and they engage in conversation. And they talk with each other for some time. And after talking with each other, and the sun beginning to set, one of the rabbits says they're interested in continuing those conversations, and they hop along by the lake. They can hear the sounds of crickets, gentle lapping of the water on the shore, feeling the cool air through their fur, just chatting with each other, with time almost standing still between them. until eventually they're both so tired they head back to their homes, but agree to meet the next day. And the next day they head out, they see each other, they chat with each other some more. And day after day they talk with each other more and more and more. Until eventually they're chatting so much they don't leave each other's side. They realise they want to just spend more time with each other. Until they end up living together. And the fairy reads all the way through to the happy ending. And she understands the deeper meaning. She understands what really happened with that spell and the resulting potion. And she understands how that applies to a situation in her life that's led her to getting that book and reading that book. She places the book down next to the sofa, heads back upstairs, leaves her home and heads down into the fairy village. And down in the fairy village, she goes to the bar. She talks to others in the bar and finds that with one fairy they strike up the kind of conversation where you're so engrossed in each other's company that you lose awareness of everything else going on around you. You lose awareness of time that's passing. You find yourselves locked almost in a mutual world, as if you're both one. And a bit like in the book, every day for the next few weeks, the fairy agrees to meet up with the other fairy. And they meet up and they talk. They go to pleasant locations and just sit and chat, sometimes just sitting and being silent, enjoying nature. Each time feeling a deeper sense of not wanting to separate from each other, of wanting to spend more time together. Until eventually the fairy invites the other fairy back to theirs and cooks them a meal, and a few days later the other fairy reciprocates. Another time the two of them head off and have a meal out together. And then a time happens where the other fairy stays overnight, where they just talk all night long without realizing where time has gone. And over the course of a few months, the fairies just find they spend more time with each other than without. And the fairy deeply understands what was taught within that book, how that was applied, what it all really means, and how that's played out just the same within their life, and is truly grateful for what they've gained. And as time goes on, they become so comfortable with each other that every touch of each other triggers a deep sense of relaxation and inner well-being, a deep sense of safety and security, a deep sense of comfort and peace. And they find lying down together, wrapped in each other's arms, that the act of being so close and calm, feeling so safe together, helps them fall asleep so quickly, so deeply, peacefully and comfortably, relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms. And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, or whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps, as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier, or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself out in your garden, tending to the plants, clearing away any old plants, trimming things that need trimming. In some parts of your garden, you churn up the soil, you plant new plants. You then go around areas of your garden, placing new grass seed, where the grass has begun to go bare. At areas where you walk a lot across those bits of the garden, and then you go around with a watering can, watering what you need to, before heading to a deck chair here in the garden and relaxing into the deck chair, proud of all the work you've been doing, feeling that you've earned this moment of rest. And you rest back in the deck chair, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face, feeling the occasional coolness of the breeze, smelling the scent of the flowers, hearing birds singing within the hedgerows and in the trees, and the rustling of the leaves. Almost feeling a part of the nature around you. And as you rest and deeply relax, you get this sense like you hear a soft, distant voice. And at first you think it's just in your mind, perhaps like a dream gently tapping on consciousness. But then, as you move your head very slightly, you realize that gentle voice is coming from outside of your mind. And so you open your eyes and look around your garden. You can hear that voice. You look in the direction you hear it coming from. And you see, standing on the grass beside you, a very small gnome, perhaps no taller than your hand. And that small gnome has a delicate voice. You swing your legs around off of the deck chair. You lean down to get closer to that gnome. And the gnome says that they could do with your help. And they start to explain how they need you to follow them into a world of gnomes. And you stand up, agreeing to follow. And they walk you across your garden towards an old oak tree that stands on the edge of your garden. And then they walk up to the trunk of the tree. They wave their hands in a specific pattern in front of the tree. And glowing, pulsing, sparkling light forms before them. And a small entrance seems to open up in the base of that tree. And the gnome walks in and looks back towards you. And you tell them that you can't fit in that hole. And they shrug and acknowledge this, almost as if they'd forgotten you wouldn't be able to fit. And they pull their bag around the side of their body, opening the pouch. They take out a small mushroom, no larger than a pea. They hand you that mushroom and tell you to eat it. You eat that pea-sized mushroom. You feel a tingling through your mind and body, right down to the tips of your fingers. A little bit like pins and needles, just for a moment, before you start to feel a euphoric, deeply pleasant feeling. And a light spreads across you, and in that light, it's so bright you can't see anything around you, but you feel something shifting within you. And as the light dims and you can see your surroundings once more, you find that you're no larger than the gnome. You and everything you were wearing has somehow shrunk to the size of the gnome. And the gnome explains that there's another type of mushroom that you can take that will reverse the effects of the first mushroom. But for now, you can follow them. And so you follow them through that portal into the tree. And instead of walking into the tree, you find walking through the portal that you come out in a whole different landscape. As you look back, it's almost like you can see the same oak tree with the same portal-like entrance. Except this tree is situated in an open field, and before you is a hustling, bustling town of gnomes. There's houses and streets. There's trees and wildlife. All the gnomes are talking and interacting with each other. But as they notice you, they stop and look, some gasping. And the gnome guides you down through the street, heading down towards a grand-looking building. Knocking on the door of that building, before opening the door and entering and guiding you in with them. And inside the building is wooden floor with large, dense rugs covering that floor. The two of you walk across the large, dense rugs, heading towards an old-looking gnome with a thick white beard, resting in a chair. They introduce you as the gardener. And the old gnome talks to you and says that they need your help. They've been watching you across the years as you've tended to your garden and looked after it so well that you seem to have an affinity with nature and at just understanding things on a deep level intuitively. And they tell you about a tree in their land. It's the tree of life. It's the tree that allows their land to exist as it does, as this separate realm. But recently that tree has been damaged and has started to die. And if the tree dies, their realm disappears. And everything in this realm disappears with it. And they need your help to look at that tree and see if there's anything that can be done. And you agree to help. And you set off with the gnome that came here with you. They show you through the landscape, down towards that tree. And the tree is some distance from this space. And so you ride mice towards that tree, riding through the landscape. You asking the gnome about this place, where it is, how it formed, what happened before the tree, and what would happen if the tree disappears, and what would happen after the tree. And they explain they'd have to escape to the human world and make their home there, rather than in this gnome world, where they can live free and open, rather than hiding themselves. And you make the journey all the way to that tree, dismount from the mice, head over to the tree, and you see it's somehow become cracked, following a branch, and right down, almost into the heart of its trunk. And to these gnomes, this is a large tree. But to you, you know it's probably a bonsai tree. And you say that you think you can help. And you start getting to work on the tree. You get some natural fibres. You wrap them around the trunk, pulling the trunk together. You start fixing up that tree. And as you do, you begin to form an idea that might help. And you ask, what is it about this tree that brings life to this land? And the gnome explains that this tree is intimately connected through its roots with this landscape. And this is the only one of its species here. And they say that you can see that this is a magical tree and it's intimately connected, because under low light you can notice the roots glowing a soft blue that signals their connection with the landscape. And you say you've got an idea, and so you want to test that idea. And you take a couple of cuttings from this tree. And you head to different locations away from the tree. You plant those cuttings. You water them. And you say you want to just see if they take hold, and if the cuttings have the same properties when they take hold as the main tree. And in this land, time passes different to in the human world. So days can pass here, where time seems to stand still in the human world. As if the portal itself is just a point in time. And so you spend a number of days staying with this gnome, every day heading out to those cuttings, watering them, nurturing them, and checking in on the main tree. And after a number of weeks, you notice that the cuttings have started to grow roots and take hold, and under low light you can see that those roots glow a delicate blue. And seem to be equally as connected to the landscape as the main tree. And this confirms your idea that if they want to survive here and reduce any risk of any issues, perhaps they need to have more than one tree that maintains this space, this alternate world. And so you feed back to the elder about your findings. You feed back that the main tree is doing very well, is repairing itself very well, but that cuttings also grow when looked after. And that if more cuttings can be grown, and then take cuttings from the cuttings as they grow up, then the tree can become something that is so ubiquitous in the world. Hopefully, if anything happened to just one of the trees, nothing would happen to the world itself. And the elder says that the only way to know if that would work is to consult the oracle. And they ask you to go with the other gnome to talk with the oracle. And so the two of you set off on your mice, riding through the landscape. You ride all day until it's night time. You settle down by a fire, camp for the night, enjoying each other's company, you being told all about gnome lore and legends. Next morning, carrying on the journey, until eventually you see a palace in the distance, rising over the horizon. Arriving at the palace and asking to see the oracle. And you're shown through the palace and up a tall tower. And the oracle is sat there meditating in this tall tower. And without coming out of their meditation, they seem to psychically project communication into your mind, asking what you're here for, and you explain. And this oracle, who remains in this meditation, says that this meditation allows them to remain on the same frequency as the world around them, connected to all beings here, all life. And they focus in on their connection with the tree and with the new trees. And they put the idea out there about whether it's accurate that the tree and the new trees, that any of them existing, is enough to maintain this world. And they say that the tree communicating with them is telling them that that's true, that these trees are intimately connected with the fabric of the world when their roots grow. And so having more of the trees means less chance if any one tree gets damaged, of something going wrong and this world disappearing. You ask how this world develops if it needs these trees to be here. And after a short pause, where the oracle listens to the tree, they say that it came down to the first gnome. The first gnome used magic to create a portal. As the world of humans stopped believing in magic and started being fearful of the unknown, they wondered whether they could create a land elsewhere where they could live openly in communities, being themselves. And they opened a portal, and they infused a tree with magic, which they brought through the portal with them, and into the void through that portal. They passed that tree. And the tree's roots, imbued with magic, began to fill the void with a landscape. And all the soil and all the other plants and the entire landscape grew from the wishes and dreams of that gnome, carried through the magic into that tree, into those roots. Mirroring the world the tree had come from. And so that tree, since then, had been the sole provider of maintaining this landscape. And as generations went by, the old stories drifted into legend and then faded from memory. But that tree still stood tall, and the message that the tree brings life to the land remained. And generation after generation, that was communicated so strong as to make sure that the tree was looked after. And if the magic of the roots ever failed, then this world will go back to being a void. But it doesn't have to be just carried in the roots of the one tree. If a cutting is taken from the tree, then the roots of any cuttings are the roots of that tree, maintaining this land. And after seeing the oracle, you both head back, stopping on your journey, camping another night, continuing your journey the next day, confirming that cuttings work as well as the original tree. But to get cuttings, you have to be delicate. You can't just chop a tree to pieces for cuttings. You take a small piece, let it grow. And take another small piece, and as those pieces grow into trees, so cuttings can be taken from them. And you teach how to get cuttings from the tree, how to grow those cuttings into trees of their own. And some of the cuttings are grown as trees outside of the main landscape, so that if anything ever happened to the trees in the landscape, more trees can be planted, and everyone was encouraged to grow their own tree. And each tree would take years to grow to full size. But now the land was going to be filled with these trees. And you're thanked for your help, and the gnome shows you back through the portal, back to your garden, then hands you a mushroom. You consume that mushroom and grow back to full size. And in your garden you notice it's as if no time has passed, but in your mind you feel like you've had weeks away. And it creates a little confusion. Do you sit back down, continue resting in your garden, carrying on what you were doing before you went in to the gnome land? When to you it feels like a lot of time has passed, and perhaps you should be getting on with other things. But you decide to sit in the garden for a while. You ponder the experience in that gnome land. You wonder how often gnomes visit this land. You don't really hear of gnomes visiting nowadays. And after resting for a while in the garden, you do another round of watering where you need to water. As the evening sets in, you head inside your home. You make yourself something to eat and drink. You rest down by the fire, eating that food, drinking that drink. You decide you'd love to learn more about the times when gnomes and other creatures lived within this world. You'd always assumed they were just fairy tales and stories for children. But knowing that it was real makes you want to learn more. When you're reading with a different mindset and a different understanding, you head to bed and drift peacefully asleep. And the next day, You head to the local town, visit the local library. Walking into the library, seeing dust motes floating delicately in the beams of light, softly passing through the narrow windows. The smell of old books, the dull sound within the library as all sound and reverberations seem to be absorbed by the carpeted floor and the books. You find your way round to the myths and legends section, and you find an old book about gnomes. You sit down at a table in the library and begin to read that book, reading about the legend of the gnomes, how they first seemed to appear in this land, what humans used to think of those gnomes, the magic they used to possess. And you find it fascinating learning about those gnomes. Now that you're reading this, from a perspective that what you're reading is probably true. And you continue to read that book. You look at the pictures, seeing some of those drawings, questioning their accuracy as they're drawn from what people say gnomes are like. But having met gnomes yourself, you know they don't look exactly like these drawings portray. You learn about the gnomes disappearing one day, how it was almost as if they entered rings around trees and were never seen again. And since then, occasionally children would tell stories of how they saw gnomes at the end of the garden. And it looked like gnomes occasionally chose to visit the human realm. But they really just came to visit. They weren't actually living here. And after reading and finding it fascinating, learning the history of the gnomes, you wonder whether the gnomes themselves have any books or any history that they could teach from their perspective. You head back home. You write a letter to that gnome, saying you'd love to learn more about their civilization, about the history of the gnomes from their perspective, and if they've got any writings on that they'd be willing to share. Would they share that with you? You place that letter near the tree. You head into your home and head to bed. And the next day you see the letter has gone. And a few days later, next to the tree, you see a tiny, wrapped up gift. A small gift, the size of the tip of your thumb, wrapped in brown paper, string tied around that, and the most perfect bow. and next to that is a small wicker basket with a tiny bit of red material draped over the basket. You take the two items into your home, place them down on your dining room table, carefully unwrap the gift, and you see an old book, incredibly tiny old book, too small to be able to open and handle. You remove the material from the top of the basket, and inside the basket is a small glass bottle with the tiniest bit of cork you've ever seen in the top of that bottle, and a little note. You carefully open the note. You get a magnifying glass to read that note. It says to shake up that bottle, which will convert the liquid into a gas. And that gas is heavier than air and will sink down. And pour that gas over the book. And it'll spread around the book and enlarge the book to human proportions. So you carefully shake that bottle until the liquid turns to a gas. Using your fingernails, with your thumb and your forefinger, you pop the cork out of that bottle. You tip the bottle upside down and the gas falls down onto the book, enveloping the book. Begins to sparkle and twinkle and fizz gently. And the book then expands, getting larger and larger on the table, until it's the size of a large, hard-covered book. And as you open that book, so you notice you can understand the language inside, that it doesn't look like a language you know, but as you start to read it, you instinctively seem to just read it in your language. And you don't quite know how that's happening. And so you sit down for an evening by the fireplace. And you read that book, absorbing yourself in reading the stories of the history of the gnomes. You read about their perspective of life before passing into their own land. You read about how they were all informed that there is this new land to inhabit, and what it was like in those early years of that land forming. Reading about their magic, their portals, and how this land has a very different concept of time to the human world. How portals to the human world are always a fixed point in time. with the other side of the portal, being to a time that's constantly moving, and so they may have portals which they can pass through, which were situated centuries earlier. And so one side of the portal is centuries in the past, yet the other side of the portal in the gnome land, centuries have moved on. You read about how gnomes live for hundreds and in some cases even thousands of years. And some are known or thought to be immortal. And many choose their lifespan. And you find this book deeply fascinating. So fascinating you barely make it through much of the book before you have to go to bed. But you look forward to reading this book and learning more over the coming days. And with this new discovery, this new mission you're on to learn more about these gnomes that you've only just discovered are real, you head to bed with new thoughts in your mind, feeling a deep sense of connection to a broader world than you knew existed before. And you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland.